Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome to another episode of Heavy Metallurgy. It's Friday, episode number 140. And Alan, how are you?
I'm tired. It's been a long day, but I'm very happy to be here this evening. How are you doing, Marty?
The same. It's been an okay week. Getting caught up. And anybody that's waiting on an order, hey, I'm down to the last 30 or so. So hopefully by Monday my queue will be empty and everybody will be happy again. Happy. So
Awesome.
Yep, it's a good thing. And thank you, everybody, for the support. Thank you, everybody, for jumping on that vinyl metal tag we did on Monday. Thanks to Mike for helping out a little bit and poking us in the direction to do it. And it's good to see everybody out there having some fun with it. So cheers to everybody that's done the vinyl metal tag, VC metal tag, and anybody that plans to do it. Let's go. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Absolutely.
Alan, why are we here tonight?
Well, we're going to discuss something that's pretty important to a lot of people in the heavy metal circles. To introduce that, I'm going to do one quick public service announcement and then show off something cool I got. I guess it kind of all ties together. If folks have missed it, got these in the mail today. It's just the second and third Hallows Eve albums, Death and Insanity and Monument. It's a digipack reissue from Metal Blade. But these are available over on the indie merch site, $5 each. So if you don't have these two and you're interested, they still had copies left last time I checked. So wanted to let folks know that, yeah, they've got some stuff marked way down over there. But I also got something else in that order. Picked up the new Verathron album, Crimson Temple, but I didn't get the regular version. Actually got this kind of fancy box set version of the CD. So same, you got, killer artwork on the cover. It's got, kind of the foil printing for the band name and album on the sides. It comes with a poster, but the thing that really put me over the top on why I wanted to get this version, even though it cost a little more than just the regular CD version, it also came, kind of the added, Die Hard Deluxe Edition thing. It comes with a box of Verathron tarot cards.
Trading cards. Collect them all.
Tarot cards. So you get a deck of tarot cards. The backs of them spell out Verathron. And on the opposite sides, you have artwork that's actually in the booklet that comes with the digipack CD
cool.
For each of the individual songs, instead of the normal tarot card names like Death and all in the Hanging Man and such. It's the names of each song and a picture that goes with each song, and a lot of them do resemble tarot cards like the Hanging Man, but this is for Cimmerian priesthood and stuff. So yeah, when I saw this, I'm just like, I will spend the extra money to get this as the kind of, special goodie, because the art on these is really amazing. Makes it, very, very cool. And for me, it was definitely worth the, extra. I don't remember what the price difference was. It was a little bit more, but not outrageous. So I'm like, I want to buy this very specifically because it comes with this extra item that has all this extra cool artwork on it. And that's what we're talking about here tonight is, some of our favorite artwork that shows up in heavy metal. And we've got two very excellent guests to help us discuss that. So, Marty, why don't you bring them on out?
We got Lee Genschert from Heavy Art Talk. He smiles because I butchered it. Sorry.
It's German. We rehearsed this.
We rehearsed it. I still failed. I need you in my earpiece telling me, whispering it to me. And of course, returning to the stage once again is our friend Mark Riddick. Good to see you, Mark. Good to see you, Lee. Thanks for joining us.
Of course.
Yes, thanks so much, guys, for coming over. And actually, Lee and Mark approached us about coming on the show to do this topic and to announce some other cool stuff as well.
Indeed. And let's get into discussing that. Let's talk about Heavy Art Talk a little bit. I got to say, what you're doing over there at that channel, it's unique. It's super geeky, which I love. It's art geeky in a good way. And I think it's a medium, a vehicle for, everybody looks at this album art. That we have it in our collections. We look at it, but you don't think about the people behind it much. You just don't. it's cool art, you know, and maybe you'll look up who it is, but with Heavy Art Talk, you're actually talking to the artist, and you know, in some cases, you're drawing with them, which was an episode you guys did. 3 or 4 of you guys were all like drawing for the episode. It's very cool, and it's a. What was the impetus behind the channel, and where's it going? What are your plans?
Yeah, so I mean, the channel originally started. I mean, I was first doing just kind of the same type of stuff you guys were doing because I was inspired by you guys, and then I did my first interview with Lucas Court, Shoggoth Kinetics. He's done work with Tomb Mold, Vera. Oh my god, I was blank. Void Ceremony. I was thinking about them, but tons of bands, and from there, I was like, hey, I should probably just do more of these. So then naturally, I just reached out to other artists, and then it's slowly become, really kind of a community. And that's really where I want to go in the next year is more panel shows, more people meeting each other. And I kind of help facilitate that. And then ultimately too, like it's not called Lee's art channel. It's called Heavy Art Talk for a reason. It's not just me. It's, Mark Riddick, it's Lucas Court, Daniel Shaw, Brad Moore, people who've become friends of mine. They also can be collaborators and contributors to the channel, just kind of how Heavy Metallurgy is a combination of the scene that you guys have developed. So it's kind of an extension of that. I want it to be very much a community thing. People can learn from one another, have fun, keep it light. And then, like you were saying, artists, to me, the art piece of heavy metal is close to as important as the music. I don't expect that out of everybody, but for me, it's that way. So when I see things like AI art, competing with the jobs that I think true art should have, I want the people's voices to be out there. So, we can advocate for something that I think is very important, and I don't want to be lost in time.
Put a face to the faceless. I mean, because it's real easy for people to go dark evil forest with gravestones, click, and all of a sudden you get this squirrely looking shit mess of AI craziness
or even just stuff being ripped off on the internet. I mean, we're people, it's not like we're machines turning the stuff out. We, and for some of us, it's our livelihood too. So it's, I think what Lee's doing with the channel is really helping to validate what our craft, so to speak. And it's also been a great way to facilitate our ability to have connection with each other and talk about some of the things that we go through as artists, or some of the things we experience, some of the tips and tricks that we might share with one another to build our own skill sets. So just want to thank Lee personally for everything he's done, because it's a lot of work what he's doing, trying to organize the channel and keep it up and running and consistent. He always asks very thoughtful questions too, which I know all of the people he's talked to, spoken with, really appreciate.
Yeah, and right back at you, Mark.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I think it's really important to put. I was watching today, as a matter of fact, your latest one. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. The guy that did the recent Tomb Mold album,
Jesse Jacoby.
Yep. People don't realize what goes into what you guys do, and they want it for cheap. They want it fast. And I think every time you guys get on here and talk about, the processes that go into it, the years of study, the years of practice, the years of trial and error. And I mean, you look at the giant piece like that Tomb Mold album was like, what do you say? 12 inch, like 8 records is the size of the canvas.
24 by 48. Yeah.
He had a month to do it. And that's from concept to mapping it out to doing it and making changes in the fourth quarter of it. People don't understand that shit costs money. The artists deserve it. I mean, it's easy to hit click with AI and pay nothing for it, but you get what you pay for, and I think Heavy Art Talk is a great medium, like I said, to give a voice to the people that their shit is on everybody's t-shirt. It's on every single piece of merch a band has, but they don't realize the people behind it and what goes into it.
We're the visual voice of the genre, and it's just stuff too. I think that's important for bands and record labels to hear also when they hear the artists speak to one another, because there's stuff like, we get hit all the time with last minute requests. So we're going on tour in 1 week. We need merch. that's not a great time to be asking. I mean, we do what we can to facilitate a band's need or accommodate a band's need, but we're put in a bind quite often, and I think more often than people realize. And I'm not to say it to complain. I'm just little tidbits like that. I think viewers can get by watching Lee speak with these artists and understand how they work. We all work differently in some ways, but also very much similarly in other ways too. But we're all each our own person, and we each have our own distinct process in terms of how we go about executing a finished product for a customer. So there's a little bit of information if you're in a band or run a label or something along those lines, or do a fanzine or whatever, that you might be able to find some utilitarian value from Heavy Art Talk as well. How to work with us, how to talk to us.
Absolutely. And it's funny, I may have mentioned this on the last time you were on, Mark, but it was in 95 or 96 back in the day. I started Worm Gear Zine with some friends, and you sent a packet, which I wish I still fucking have, but I don't have it, of like all these like clip art of stuff that you drew, and you're like, hey, I've seen your zine, it's really cool, you want to put some of my artwork in there, decorate your zine up, go for it. I mean, you're trying to get your name out there. That's what a lot of artists do. You got to give a lot of free before you can start getting the bread, I guess. But we end up going a different direction visually, but man, it's just so much work involved, and I don't know that people understand what goes into it. Marketing yourself. I mean,
you have to be a brand essentially, and there's a lot that goes into it than just putting pen to paper. It's being able to have some foresight into thinking, well, what do I do next to stay relevant in this scene? And that might mean working with different kinds of customers, or trying a new product type out, or expanding your horizons a little bit, or maybe trying a new technique, or pausing to try a new medium. There's definitely a lot of thought that has to go into it. It's essentially just like every metalhead. We live and breathe in music, but we also live and breathe art. It's a daily exercise for creative types like us. We're not only just fans of the music, but we are helping to build the world around the music as well. And it's just something that we're very, very passionate about. It's part of our lives. It's like a second nature for us.
Right on.
It's a huge contribution, and I don't think we can overstate how important it is to bands and such, because I mean, what do most heavy metal fans do? They're constantly digging around either in stores or online platforms, looking for new things to listen to. But what's going to be their first impression?
Right.
It's going to be what they see on the cover. It's going to be either the image on the screen or the cover that they're flipping through in a big stack of other records. And there's so many bands and so many albums out there now that you've got to have something there to catch someone's attention, or they're going to flip right past you. A good piece will get somebody to stop, and that means they might take a closer look at it, and they might buy it, click it, purchase it, or at least remember it for future reference. And if the cover doesn't do anything for them, there's a much higher chance they're just going to keep scrolling or flipping. So the art is really the band's first impression to make an impact on most people, unless of course somebody's doing like in a live venture, which is going to be a relatively small number of folks in many cases. So the artist is in many ways the first point of contact. Even before we hear the music of the band, we already see what their visual representation is, and that's up to y'all.
It's a language, and you get an immediate impression of, or an idea, a hint about what the music might sound like just by making a judgment or call on the artwork. Doesn't mean it's always going to be accurate, because it's a subjective process, but it's certainly, you're right. I mean, just to hammer that point in, you're absolutely right about that, Alan. It's definitely the first impression in the case of metal does have some impact.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, certainly something that should be valued.
Yeah. And you can draw, I mean, the importance of an actual artist too, and in heavy metal in particular. I mean, we wear the shirts. The artwork has become part of our culture. We wear it. It's like our badge, our uniform, more or less.
Yeah. It's how we recognize one another and meet one another.
Right. And you look at like, we'll just say Taylor Swift, for example. I mean, there isn't a lot of album or country performers. It's just a guy. There's a difference between artists and graphic design. And I look at our genre as something there are other, punk, there's art in other genres as well. But I think of the mainstream, like the Taylor Swifts, the pop, there's artwork, but it's more graphic design than it is actually illustration, drawing and the image that, the Eddie or the Fang face, or, you name it, the mascot. It wasn't, just a picture of a made up girl standing on the cover with her name next to her head. It's just
basically photography and typography blended together, typically speaking. But heavy metal is certainly more lenient on having a storytelling aspect that goes beyond a photograph.
Yeah.
They want something that showcases imagination.
Yep.
It appeals to our senses in a little bit of different way. There has to be sort of like a fantastic nature about it, something greater than the self.
Absolutely.
It's cool.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say it was cool that Alan was showing that Verathron. It made me think back. Even that, I mean, that's a band with a legacy behind them. Stefan was one of the first people I ever wrote to in the underground scene back in the early '90s, and I was cool. I'm still in touch with them on occasion.
Still killing it too.
Yeah. The new album, I caught part of it. It sounds pretty good.
It's solid for sure.
Unreal Girardi art. I was considering that for my list tonight, but I skipped it. But that's one of his best paintings for sure.
Yeah, it's really nice. Yep.
Well, I think now would be a good time to show about
indeed
what you get with hiring an artist to do something for you and then doing something on your own. Okay, but still, we're going to do that right now. Lee designed this shirt for us. The Sex Condor lives, everybody.
Yes.
There it is. Link in the description for the new merch. The Sex Condor with his willing victim down there, apparently. So Lee,
I kept it subtle.
What went into this piece?
Oh man. So I had that, I've done one episode with you guys and we left and you're like, hey, if you got any ideas, sketch something out. So, I mean, I did it. Right. So, cause I remember just dying laughing the first time I heard the Sex Condor joke, and then it kept coming, but I didn't get sick of the joke. And I was like, man, somebody's got to draw this, but I don't want to be too on the nose. So, I took the condor, made some like cool, shape choices with it. I wanted to frame it kind of like old school fantasy book covers, kind of like the 70s. So I was taking that as inspiration. There's definitely a bit of Roger Dean in there, which is what I was like raised on. And I love twisting shapes and stuff. So I guess I could nerd out about the technicalities, but if you look in the stars, there's
let them find it themselves.
There's nothing there, actually.
Yeah.
If you look at the stars.
Just a bunch of stars, nothing to see.
No constellations or anything,
But yeah, I wanted kind of a retro vibe, kind of like right around the cusp of the 70s into the early 80s. I wanted to translate that into this design.
Yeah, I get that sense immediately when I see it. It looks like an old heavy metal band's t-shirt in their 80s, maybe even 70s prog influence. It's something to do with that. The framework has a little bit of a slight sort of Celtic influence to it. So it's still a little bit spacey looking though, or sci-fi-ish. So it's a nice embellishment, I feel like, on the illustration. Helps kind of, and again, like kind of going back to like how you attack the art. It's framed in. You got it framed in. It's a floating design. It's not like an album cover where it's square sitting in space. It's a nice floating piece. And that choice to do the frame really it translates really well on t-shirt.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
So that's what you get when you commission an artist that's very talented. And then here's what you get when you have a guy. I used to be an artist, but I'm not anymore. But I want to do another shirt to go with this. We've talked about this in the past. It's finally came a reality. Collector Scum.
That's awesome.
Heavy Metallurgy logo by Dreadful Rick in the label of the record.
Nice.
We say Collector Scum on here a lot. I just thought this would be a fun shirt to throw together. Both of these designs are in the link in the description. Added them up today. If you want one, get this fat man printing shirts. Let's do this. But yeah. But why else are we here today? What are we going to discuss?
favorite. You do it, Lee. You tell them.
Okay, yeah. Favorite album covers from well, it could be EPs, splits, it could be any releases, but favorite covers from the 21st century. So 2000 to 2024.
Yep. And how was it for you guys to pull these? Was it pretty simple, or did you have?
Nope.
Yeah, I was like, oh, no problem. And then I got sitting here thinking about it, I'm like, crap.
There's a lot. There's a lot of incredible artwork out there.
And the thing of it is, a lot of this stuff is a lot of the stuff I picked is relatively new, and it hasn't really hit iconic status yet. You know, these are albums by bands that are killer, but they haven't stood the test of time yet to see how it's going to pan out. I mean, they have awesome artwork, but yeah.
I think that was one of the nice things about Lee and Mark proposing the time frame, though, too. I mean, we all tend to gravitate towards those same classic album covers, you know, from the 80s and 90s a lot.
Yeah.
And everyone knows those inside out. We don't even have to show those on screen. Everybody knows what they look like. But by framing it towards, you know, more recent years, we get to look at some really amazing stuff. Yeah, that isn't like, you know, ingrained on the back of everybody's eyeballs already. Right. So it's a kind of a chance to see, you know, what the classics in the making are, what some of the, you know, even things that people may not have seen. So they get to discover some really cool gems, and also maybe find out about some releases, some demos and stuff that they have never had a chance to check out. So yeah, I think it's really cool to stick to the newer stuff for this topic, not just go back and be like, oh, hey, let's let's look at more Ed Repka art from, you know, the 80s, or let's look at the Iron Maiden Eddie art. That stuff's great, but we've been there and done that. So we get to check out a whole different kind of match in this episode.
Also showcasing more recent artists too, who might not have a long legacy behind them, which is kind of fun.
Yep.
One thing that I was thinking because I put together this slide deck, I saw everybody's selections, but there were a lot more picks from the 2010s to 2023, 2024. Like if you look at if you were to do like a bar graph on it, it's like a pretty big spread. And for me, I think that the early 2000s, while there are some great covers, there's a lot of really bad covers too.
Yeah,
but I think the ante has been upped in the last 10 years with a lot more like traditional looking. Even if they're done digitally, they look more like traditional paintings or pieces, and that stuff just withstands the test of time, I think. Yeah. So that's just kind of my take when I was looking at this.
That's a good point, Lee. I think it was Jack mentioned that in the chat just a few minutes ago, that when he looked at his stuff, he's like, you know, you get into like the very late 90s and early 2000s, and the art gets kind of yikes. There's a period there where it's a little rough. Do you and Mark, do y'all think was that a product of changes in the music and people trying to find different images to go with it? Or was the transition due to, like, you know, there was a big change in, you know, graphic design then with
Photoshop
art? Yeah, with but it was, you know, very early Photoshop. Nobody was used to it, and then maybe it was more limited. So have we just gotten better technology, or people gotten used to it, or have people really just found a better aesthetic than they had 20, 25 years ago?
I don't know. I think maybe people value more traditional looking art nowadays than they did in the early 2000s. I think early 2000s was, at least even for myself, a time to kind of explore with photo manipulation, and that's why you see a lot of these haphazard Photoshopped covers. You know, if the layperson had access to the software and they're able to get in there and explore and experiment with it, that's great, but it doesn't mean that person who's experimenting in the software knows about graphic design principles to execute something with good composition, understanding of contrast, understanding of even print process or pre-press. You know, so there's a lot of stuff that I think also with the internet boom too, people are pulling from, you know, imagery that's low res from the internet and kind of trying to force it into an album cover, and it does not translate. Where, you know, screen resolution is not the same as print resolution, so you end up with total trash. You know, there's just a lot of that, I think, in the early 2000s, especially when you think of like maybe like gore grind. It was kind of a big thing then, that brutal death metal started picking up pace, and a lot of those covers are kind of just shit job Photoshop cover. Not to be overly critical, but there's a lot of bad album covers from that time period, I feel like.
Well, let's talk about this for a second. As I was watching the most recent show, I think Lee, you mentioned something about digital art, and your guest said, there's a part of me that wants to investigate that for my business, for time, but there seems to be like a nagging, like I'm cutting too many corners, I'm cheating with digital art. What do you guys think on, the digital art medium versus the illustration or the painting, or
Mind if I take a stab at this first, Mark?
Yeah.
So I think for some artists, especially when you're dealing with like traditional painters or illustrators and stuff, there just is a satisfaction element to doing it by hand. So a lot of it is in the inherent joy of creating and figuring things out in that way. Because anyone who creates art, I don't care if you're Boris Vallejo or whatever, like you have a rough idea of what the end product's going to be like, but the exploration of figuring things out, especially by hand and with paint or even with pen and ink, like figuring out textures and stuff, there's a magic to it. And you can get that with digital art. It's just if you come from traditional art and then you go to digital art, that jump is going to be hard to tap into for a while. So the reason that Jesse, from my understanding, because I won't completely speak for him, chooses to do things in the traditional media is because that is the joy aspect of it. You know what I mean? So sometimes we're not always thinking about what is, going to make things faster or cut corners. Like, professionals like Mark probably think more like that than me. But for me, it's what feels right, and artists like Jesse kind of come with that same mindset. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's just something that you can't discount is like the actual feeling that you're putting in those hours, because it's a lot of hours.
My stance on it, because I get asked this a lot too, I do think that digital art is valid. I perceive it as just another tool for an artist to utilize to get an end product, because that's a lot of what we're doing is for essentially commercial art where there's an end product in mind. The point where I have some hesitation when it comes to digital versus traditional means is that if you're going to a gallery space to view some artwork, I think seeing something that's painted by hand is going to have more of a human touch, a entice a visceral reaction than a print, a digital print. It's essentially it can be a printed canvas, it can be a printed paper displaying the art, but there's something to seeing the result of a brushstroke versus dots hitting a paper. I feel like there's that human element that's undeniable, and I think it has impact as a human impact that you can't really achieve. I feel like completely with digital. Not to say that digital is wrong or bad. I just feel like there's more of that human connection, that human communication when it comes to doing something in a more tangible approach. It's similar to what Lee is talking about in the sense that even from the artist's perspective, you do have that very much rewarding experience to know that you massage the work in front of you to the point to where you get it that is satisfactory in your own mind, versus clicking a mouse. It's a very different experience.
Yeah, and I want to be clear too, because like I have a lot of friends who are amazing digital artists and digital painters, and the best of them, like James Bousama, Shindy Rehal, Dan Goldsworthy, like those are friends of mine. They're producing extremely professional covers that you're seeing on your Bandcamp list, and they're able to do it with like a workman-like intensity and not sacrifice the quality either. So just because I personally really value handmade art, I don't want to discount anybody who's doing it digitally, because they're coming from a perspective and they're still thinking about all the same components and fundamentals of art that I am. We're just achieving it a bit differently. So just want to be very clear about that, because I have a ton of respect for a lot of artists that do digitally.
All three of the artists that you just mentioned, the quality of their finished work is
it's amazing,
unmatched. Yeah,
and the difference between digital and actual illustration or painting. I mean, Lee, you're amazing artist. You're starting to put your footprint out there. You're starting to do some stuff. Mark, you've been doing it for a long time. And at what point does the thought of, I'm really proud of the fact that I drew this, but at some point when you get super busy, there's got to be a level of madness. I mean, anytime you say you make your hobby your job, it ends up, corrupting and being terrible. But how have you, Mark, withstood that over the years? I mean, as the years have gone by, I'm assuming you've gotten busier and busier and busier.
Yeah.
And there's only so many hours in the day. You're a father. You've got other things going on in your life other than just drawing stuff every day. How have you been able to balance work life with, real life and, well, not that work life isn't real life. You know what I mean? Family life with work life. And then the fact that at what point do you have to wave the white flag and say, I need to figure out a way to work faster or cut some corners. I'm going to look at digital.
To me, if I had to work digital, it would take me longer, just because I'd have to
Not used to the process.
Learning curve in front of me. Yeah. So for me right now, I'm actually pretty quick when it comes to illustrating, but that's also because I know my time to illustrate is extremely limited. So I've learned to make adjustments to be quick. In terms of time management, I think the best advice I could give is to learn to say no, and when you reach a point to where you're getting a lot of requests, to not only to say no, but to also be more selective with who you're choosing to work with. Be strategic about it, and I think there's some payoff. I've always tried to walk that line of, maybe I'll take on a big customer or a bigger client, so to speak, but I'm still doing filler art for some underground fanzine, at the same time. So I need to always have my foot in the door, because I know that that's where my roots are, in underground metal. So it's about striking that balance of doing the big stuff that gets your, more eyes on your artwork, but also learning to know where you come from and to stay true to that. So it's just a constant balance, and knowing what you can and can't handle. Believe me, I stretch myself thin all the time, but I'm at a point now where I've done it so long that I know I'm managing probably like 2 projects a week or something like that, and it's just a revolving door. It just stays consistent that way.
Plus, I'm sure you've probably got a lot of. That's when I reached out to you years ago about that Glorious Dead shirt design. I said, do you have any pieces laying around, that you haven't come into use, a sketch or something? I took it that way. Instead of commissioning you for a whole new piece, what do you have that I can use to put merch on my table? That's awesome. That's going to look great. And, it fits the band, and it worked out. You have to have a catalog of stuff in your arsenal as well.
Yeah, some artists do have that. I'm not at that point anymore. Everything I sit down and work on is a commissioned product. So I'm not I don't have that luxury now, but a lot of artists do have that, and it doesn't hurt to do that. If you have artists sitting on work that can get out and into the scene and on the market, then why not utilize that? And it's good for the artist, good for the customer too. Anyway, I hope that answers your question. I don't want to get too long-winded, because we have a lot of album coverage.
We do. I mean, this is an interesting topic to me, because I just think every time I tune into Heavy Art Talk, and it goes deep in the weeds about technical stuff, which it's cool. I like that fact, but it just reiterates the fact that there's a lot going on than just somebody doodling. There's so much technique and years of experience behind it. It's just, I think it's a really cool idea for a channel that you guys are doing, and I hope it continues to grow, and I hope it takes off into other, because the book medium too. I mean, you walk into it's kind of like the metal or music, your favorite authors, and you go, and it doesn't matter what the book cover is. But like me, I walk in, I need a book. I want to read a book. I'll just look at covers. Oh, this looks cool. I might not even read the back because I'm a moron. I'm like, oh, cool. I can read this in a month, cool cover. So books sell, art on book sells, cards. I mean, Mark has been involved with Magic the Gathering a little bit this past year, which is amazing. And, there's a lot of avenues to get out there and make a living at this. And I applaud you guys for exposing it and being a part of it. It's very cool.
Thank you, Marty.
We're honored to be a part of it. I mean, it's something we love to do. So that's otherwise we wouldn't do it. We volunteer our time for this in some ways. So
right on.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to put a final stamp on it, what you said earlier, Mark, about, people really responding to, the human factor, that's a very big deal. Just last night while playing Magic the Gathering with a bunch of guys, I mentioned that, we were doing an art show tomorrow night. And a couple of me is like, oh, is it going to be one of the guys you had on before? They're like, did all the sketches on the screen and stuff. Yeah, they couldn't remember your name, but they remember what you did. Just like, yeah, he's one of the guests we're having. It was like, I know what I'm doing tomorrow night. Every one of them was just like, oh, that's cool. We want to watch that again. Cool. On a normal week, these guys are not heavy metal fans. So
right,
it's like, oh, we're going to be showing a bunch of heavy metal records and talking about them. They're like, sure, whatever. But it's like the artist is going to be there talking about the art. They were all super excited to make to tune in. So
no, it's funny. I've learned that because I didn't know anything about the game when they commissioned me, and it's its own cult. It's much like metal
Pokemon, same fucking thing.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me actually that what a massive thing it is. It's kind of beyond my understanding. But it's there. I tell you, I mean, they've been great to work with. Wizards of the Coast, they're awesome. They're a good customer.
That's cool. Yeah, there was a point a few years ago where it was estimated that Wizards was generating something around like 70% of the new fantasy art that got commissioned each year. Now that's for Dungeons and Dragons plus Magic combined.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're pretty heavily invested in making sure they have good art for all their products.
Yeah, it's really cool stuff out there.
Yep. But shall we get to discussing some albums? Y'all are right.
Yeah, you're the master of the slideshow here. I don't know how to work this, so I'll let you.
Oh, it's just down here as another one. Let's see. Now, Lee, can you advance these, or will I need to advance these?
You'll advance them, and I would recommend using the arrow keys instead of clicking. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah. You guys have me going first?
Oh, yeah. The rotation is Mark, Alan, Lee, Marty. So I didn't want to have the two artists right at the top.
I like bringing up the rear. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to start in the Houston area, Texas, Blaspherian. The artist here is Daniel Shaw, who I think is tuned in here, along with Abby Stabby, his girlfriend. So it's pretty cool that they might be watching this live. But I wanted to with my choices, I started pulling some records, and I was noticing there are color paintings on these album covers that I was pulling when we first were proposing this content for the episode. And I'm just like, man, there's just so much great color artwork out there. And I thought, you know what, I'm a black and white artist. I'm just gonna help me narrow things down a little bit regarding choices. I thought, I'm just gonna do black and white art. Album covers that have black and white art. And so I had some artists in mind whose work I definitely wanted to show, people whose work I've admired for a long time, and Daniel's one of those individuals. So this is one of the first pieces I had seen by Daniel, if I recall correctly. Is this Blaspherian record. What we're looking at here is actually, I think, a picture disc repress of it by I want to say Blood Harvest may have put it out. But the interesting thing about this too, this album, this Blaspherian record, is also features the artist Daniel. Did the vocals on the album and toured, I believe, the U.S. and Europe with this band at the time, around the time this album came out. So that's kind of an interesting nuance that the artist actually played in the band too. But Daniel did, when I let him know I was going to choose one of his pieces, he told me that the band was actually unsure about utilizing this artwork for the cover. Damn them for questioning Daniel, because this cover is so awesome.
Why?
I know. I'm like, dude, what's wrong? This is amazing.
Yeah.
But
the stippling alone is insane.
See, that's the thing. Like, I do feel like with Daniel's work, stippling is like his strong suit. And don't get me wrong, he's great with the brush. He's great with hatch work and everything like that too. but his stippling is just unmatched. I can't think of any other artist that stipples in the way that he does. But the amount of texture he's put into this is just over the top. Alan, if you can go to the next slide, I think I have a breakdown. So what I did with all my selections is I just did a loose trace of the album covers just to kind of highlight the theme or the content of the cover, because sometimes the covers get a little busy. They're hard to decipher. This one's not overly complex, but if you go to the next slide, Alan, I'll point out a couple of things that really appeal to me with this piece. Is the has more or less like an X composition to it. It's all built within the framework of the pillars and the ornate embellishment behind the character. But I think what really appeals to me with this piece is not just so much the composition, but really it's the tone of the piece. The tone is very aggressive. I just something about the way the demon's illustrated with the finger pointing downward to direct you toward hell, and the tongue wrapped around the crucifix. Kind of, it just has a sort of dominating demeanor about it. Those are the main things I really enjoyed about it. Another thing I would say is also the skeleton is illustrated, or the demon rather, is illustrated with like a lot of heavy blacks in it. Usually when you think, oh, I'm going to draw a skeleton, your mind goes straight to white. And Daniel did the reverse on this piece and went with a darker fill. Actually, if you can hit the next slide for me, Alan, I think there's a close-up to demonstrate that point. You see that the skull is filled with a lot of blacks, which is sort of counterintuitive from what your mind wants to do. Your mind wants to say, make that skull white, and Daniel's made the opposite choice, which I think actually makes the artwork look even more sinister and menacing. Also wanted to highlight just the layering of the stippling he's executed here. But not only that, his attention to leaving enough white space in those flames to let those flames have some brightness points. It's just really great stippled like layering, which is very time consuming. I just want to point that out. Daniel's technical abilities are pretty over the top. Since we're talking about Daniel, I also wanted to point out that he is now on YouTube. He has his own YouTube channel. Sawblade 666, I believe it is, and it's fun to check out on occasion if you ever want to see Daniel do a drawing, work in progress. He does do some videos
every Thursday, live streams.
There you go. Okay, so he's on a schedule. Okay.
Yeah, he had a really fun one last night. I was tuning in for a while. It was a blast.
I haven't seen that one yet. I'll to go back and check it out. But also Daniel, you can find his stuff through his website. He has some merch, and also if you're a storefront kind of guy and want to go to the mall and hit Spencer's Gifts, they carry a lot of Sawblades merch over there too, which is awesome to see his stuff go retail. But yeah, so Blaspherian, Houston band. Daniel did vocals on it, also did the art. It's my first pick. It's good stuff.
Sweet. Very cool.
All right. Then, yeah, so I have to follow that.
I like this picture. I think it looks cool.
Pictures are pretty. They're pretty, like my kitty. I will do my best. So yeah, for my first
maybe
one,
these guys can break it down where, we'll say why we like it and they can say why it might be effective. Or
that's a great idea. Yeah, I'll point out a few things that just, why I picked it. But yes, Lee, Mark, if there are things that y'all want to highlight, please do, because you're the experts here for sure. But yeah, my first choice was this one. It's a German death metal band, Chapel of Disease. Their second album, The Mysterious Ways of Repetitive Art. I like the album a lot, but I also really like the cover on it. A few things that made me pick this as one of my favorite pieces of art from recent years. I like the border around it. I can be a sucker for having a good border or frame around the art. I like the color palette they use because it's not, just black, white, and gray. Instead, they've got this interesting kind of yellowish, kind of a very pale yellow, almost into like a shade of tan. And I know Lee's cringing at my poor color vocabulary.
No.
But
It's
you know,
beige.
I'm not a color snob.
khaki.
Yeah, it's khaki. Yes.
But yeah, it's just, it's kind of unique. It's not a color combo you see on a ton of album covers, so it kind of stands out and it kind of gives it a more aged, ancient look than if it had just been done with white instead of this color. I like, when you look around the edges of, the kind of circular portal that you see, there's these little like tendrils that actually stray out of the border frame and kind of go over the edge and into the picture. So it's kind of, breaking it up a little bit. It's not like it's just a picture frame. It's like, no, there's an interaction between the border and the art. It's kind of subtle, but it's neat. And also just the image itself is kind of surreal. There's a lot of roundness in this. There's not like a lot of sharp edges or corners. You've got, the kind of, surreal clouds. It looks like, you've got like infants or something kind of hanging from the clouds above the whole scene. And then, the march of people as they're progressing, it's, kind of similar to, the famous, Darwin's evolution image of, going from like, chimps, up to modern man. But, here it's, the aging process that, the figures get slightly older and older. And then, they're mature adults and then they're elderly all the way up, to the figure who's, is kind of, your classic Reaper figure. But yeah, those are the things that kind of catch, my eye and why I think, altogether it makes a neat piece. But yeah, Lee, Mark, please feel free to chime in if there's anything that strikes you as good or not good, about this piece.
I like it. I have this album, and I'm familiar with misanthropic art. I look at his stuff on social media a lot. He's very talented. He's done a lot of really great stuff, and actually considered one of his pieces for tonight. Didn't quite make the cut, but I definitely considered one he had done. No, I like this. I'm actually going to be talking about this very same composition you see on this album cover with one of my other choices when we get to it. But yeah, I like it. It's very sound illustration, very sound from a graphic design standpoint too.
Yeah, and like I think something that's clever with it too is so the titles, The Mysterious Ways of Repetitive Art, the fact that the text is kind of like an infinite circle, you know what I mean? Like the way it's spelled is like a clever take on that. Yeah, I think it's a solid piece.
Yep. I gotta say there's something about the composition of it, all the stuff that's going on in this piece. I cannot stop them from going to the things falling from the sky. I mean, that is what all the cool, intricate stuff that's going on here. My eyes are constantly going to the things hanging from the clouds or whatever. I don't know if that's just a circumstance of there's a very busy piece and then an empty space and my eyes go to the empty space. I don't know, but I think it's a very cool piece of art, but I can't stop looking at the things. And I don't know why that is. It must be something with the composition. My eyes are just led to that point for some reason.
It's a white against the dark black background. It's a high point of contrast.
Okay.
Right on.
It's kind of like when you have a night light on in a dark bedroom, your eyes are going to gravitate to that light regardless of whether you're cognizant of it or not. It's the same kind of idea. What's up, Fred? This is Fred's on here. What's up, Fred? Form Terra Growth.
Yeah, Fred, thanks for joining us tonight. All right. Let's see. Lee, you're next in the lineup, correct?
Yes.
All right. Here's Lee's first choice. I think a lot of folks will recognize this one.
Yeah. So I had to put two mold as well as this particular cover. It's funny. I'm fresh off that conversation with Jesse Jacoby, but I mean, this thing just turned my head. So I wasn't familiar with Brad's work from like the 90s with Morpheus Descends and like Divine Empire. And Brad's always been a working artist, like ever since he left college. But he did explore like murals, comic book art, and he's explored a lot of different things. And it really wasn't until about 2017 that I think he really found his way back into death metal covers. And this was the first one that I saw of this style. And, the world building on this album is next level. Also, the fact that there's like a disorienting quality to it where everything's kind of like right outside of reach in terms of tangibility that I love about it. So it's not completely surrealist, but it's also not completely abstract either. It's this in between ground, and it's also a beautiful exploration of like color harmonies too. So if you go to the next slide real quick, I pulled this off his Instagram, and Brad's a friend and mentor to me too, so there is that element there. But it was cool to see this sketch here, because when I was talking with him, he was originally commissioned by Dave from 20 Bucks Spin, but then was working with Derek for the composition, and his reference points and everything. He wanted to make it look like an alien world, but he wanted to use references that had nothing to do with that. So all these like insect-like creatures, he actually used references of animal bones and plants, no insects. So like if you go to the next slide real quick, I wanted to talk a little bit about the colors in here too, because it's funny. Mark's going to be talking mostly about black and white artists. I'm talking mostly about color and kind of color theory and stuff like that. Now, I'm a self-taught artist, so sometimes I'm not using always the exact correct terms, but I kind of have like an intuitive understanding of colors. It's something that's a little more natural to me than other parts of art. If you go to the next slide, something that's really cool with this piece in particular is, yes, it looks like like a kaleidoscope or like rainbow in quality, but there's a lot of method in everything that he's doing here. So these browns and tans, they're complex colors. They're made up of greens and oranges and purples. And the entire piece is primarily based off of a complementary color scheme. So the wheel, actually, sorry, can you go back to the last slide? Just show the wheel.
Oh yeah, no problem.
All right. So complementary colors are opposite on the ends of the color wheel. And then analogous would be the three that are next to it. So if you look at red, analogous colors would be red, orange, and then this like red, purple, right?
It's like two worms in a cooler, two cools in a worm. Yeah.
Exactly. So like the combination of red, pink, and blue, then you see on the other side, you have your orange and yellow. It basically completes the full color spectrum, but it's all about how you don't overload it. You know what I mean? And that's going to be a subjective thing. But for me, with this piece, he was able to control everything by having a lot of like mid-tones and, these kind of sandy colors with these pockets of highly saturated, colors. So for me, in my eyes, I understand a lot of what he's doing here, but then there's an element of not understanding that intrigues me. So it's a giant rant. Some other details, just really quick. The front creature is actually the Abyss Walker. So that's one of the song titles. One of the other song titles is called the Chamber of Sacred Uthika. This entire cover is the chamber. And those are pretty much the details that I recall. A lot of this is from my conversation with him, but love this cover and rant.
I like that. Like when I started pulling color covers, I pulled Brad Moore, and I figured, even though I'm not going to speak to his work tonight, because he does have some black and white, but mostly for like fanzines and stuff. I figured somebody would pull Brad Moore paintings. I'm so glad that he shared his work, because this is an example of extremely intelligent painting. It's over the top complex in terms of its texture, and moreover the color palette. And it's cool that you actually broke down the color palette and talked about like, why do you choose like a turquoise or a light blue? Well, look at the color spectrum. He's got so much orange in there, and that purple is like kind of like a way to creep from that warm to that cool color. Really, really thoughtful color execution on this, and it's very reminiscent of Max Ernst, realists, Max Ernst work. Very, very, just a lot of texture. It's a good breakdown, Lee. I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no problem. And I mean, Brad's just his understanding of like art, and also all these different artists and pulling from them and pulling from things you would never expect. It's pretty unreal. So anytime I get a chance to talk with Brad, it's always a pleasure. He's a big part of Heavy Art Talk, as well as Mark and Lucas. All right. But yeah, that's my pick.
Nice one. All right, Marty.
I like this picture. For me, I'm a big world building. I like music that takes me out of my reality. This album isn't necessarily that type of album, but the artwork, looking on like a grandiose landscape. You got the moon back there. I just like the color choices on here. I think maybe the Blood Star logo wasn't the right choice for the color scheme. I wouldn't have chose that. I think it stands out a little bit too much, which is probably what they wanted. But I really like the flow of the mountain. My eye kind of goes to the where the mountain and the moon is peeking through with that yellowish cloud right up there. My eye was drawn to that. And seeing the woman holding the staff down there by the first sighting is kind of an afterthought. I didn't really notice that after owning that record for a long time and kind of looking at it here the last few days. I think this is a really cool. I like the color scheme. I really think it's a well painted piece. There's not a ton of detail on it. They're using more color and motion in it. Motion in the strokes or whatever, the way the texture of the mountain is and stuff. But I think it makes me want to listen. That's why I bought this record. I'm not the world's biggest lady singer fan, but she does a pretty good job on here. This is a solid record. It doesn't blow me away, but I bought it basically on the cover art alone. So, I mean, that just shows not that it's the best cover I've ever seen, but I really do like the color choices, and it makes me want to listen to the record. Like, okay, this is a little more grander than your typical heavy metal record. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that's an important point that you're making, because all the covers I picked, I don't necessarily even like, I'm not a huge, I can't say that any of the albums are bad that I picked, but they're not like frequent listens for me all the time. Not all of them, at least. But I picked them because the art spoke to me for whatever reason. It just resonated with me and stuck with me for a very long period of time. And just like how this one kind of spoke to you, even though the music is, it's not quite on par with what you might pick otherwise, but you still, find it enjoyable. But really what you find more enjoyable is the artwork. And I think that's cool. I think
it looks really cool on record too, on the vinyl. Yeah.
That's part of why we're talking about album art, because there's something about that it calls our attention and entices us to want to pick it up and either listen to it or buy it.
And also, Mark, you've made the comment numerous times, you're just a black and white artist. Well, you've got a new release out there right now, the Worm and Dream Unending split, which is kind of your first soiree into the color in the metal field. Is that true? Is that your first attempt? Your first shot at it?
No, I did an Autopsy cover in color in like 2000, I think 2001. And that was
which album?
It was a repress of their demo, which
right on.
I think one of their demos. I'm not sure which demo it was. If you said the name, I'd recall it, but it was Hammerheart, I think, put it out. And it was like a water, like black and white watercolor, but then with I think it had the color, some color tinting done to it in Photoshop or something like that, if I recall correctly. But no, the Worm one is like definitely Dream Unending Worm was more like, it's just a very much traditional acrylic on canvas,
Very cool. You did a great job. Looks great. I like the color choices, and it's very cool.
Well, I had some good art direction from Phantom Slaughter and Derek on it, so it was helpful.
Cool.
Yeah. It was fun. A good experiment.
Right on.
All right. Let's see. So,
all right,
Mark, we're back to you, I think.
Be right back.
Back to Houston, Texas again. Some more underground, vicious black death metal. This is Imprecation. They're Damnatio ad Bestias, which I think means like damnation of the beast or something like that. The artist here is Sebastian Morzera. I'm sorry, Mazuera. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He goes by the handle Necromangrip, and he's not super prolific. He's done some stuff in the past for. I wrote down a couple of the bands.
Oxygen Destroyer. He's an excellent tattooer as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's his mainstay. He's a tattoo artist, so he doesn't do a ton of album covers, but he did a couple of the Oxygen Destroyer albums. He's done, I think, the Cerebral Rot logo and Torture Rack album cover in the past. But this one, I don't have a lot to comment on in regard to how functional it is. If you go to the next slide, Alan, this is a very straightforward composition. Here I've kind of spelled out here the focal point of the illustration. So what appeals to me about this album is the level of detail that Sebastian is incorporated into the illustration. It's a kind of artwork that you see it at first glance and you know it's just badass, but you don't really see the true subject matter until you look closely at it, which is what I've kind of honed in on here is the two main characters of the album cover, the supposed focal points, but really this is more like a Where's Waldo kind of illustration, and it just entices you to want to just stare at it and look at all the things that are happening within the artwork. If you hit the next slide, Alan, I'll just talk about the composition on this. This is what I'm saying. It's very rudimentary. It's very basic. So what you're looking at here, it's kind of like a Mark Rothko painting where, when you're presented with a square canvas, you either fill it 3/4 of the way full, like you see here, or the other option is typically to go the 1/4 full, where your horizon line's not right in the middle. You can do a painting where the horizon line's in the middle, and it's you can get away with it. It's fine. It's just that artists typically go for either half full or mostly empty in terms of composition. In this case, we're seeing it 3/4 full, which is fine. It gives the logo a place to live, and the top you can see on the initial version have the logo incorporated. The vinyl I have actually does not have the logo on the front; it's on the back. But the vinyl here, it takes up most of the area of the record cover, which is pretty cool. But again, next slide, Alan. I just wanted to point out the reason why I picked it is because Sebastian's attention to detail on here is just unreal. There's so much going on in here, and just a heavy use of blacks in the artwork just to make it more demonic looking and just evil as hell. And I think that's very fitting for a band like Imprecation. It really suits the music. There's a lot going on, a lot to dissect when you look at this album cover closely. So if anything, what I found most appealing about this was just the how overwhelming the artwork was, visually overwhelming, and it captured my eye, and I had to stare at it, and look at all of what was taking place on it. So kudos to Sebastian for just executing a hellish cover. It's good stuff.
I had one comment. I was actually going to talk about Horizon Line with my next pick, but I'll kind of talk a little bit now. Have you guys seen The Fabelmans, the movie, Steven Spielberg movie?
No.
Okay, so there's a really interesting scene at the end, and it just sticks with me, and it's probably one of the best scenes of the whole movie. So Steven Spielberg, he's like 18 or something. He's getting his first job in the movie industry, and this is like, kind of the golden age of film, so to speak. He goes into this office, and there's this director. I don't recall the name, but it was David Lynch playing it. And he sits down, Steven, and he looks at two paintings on the wall, and he's like, why is this painting good? And why is this painting good? And then Steven takes a second. He's like, because the horizon line. He's like, exactly. If the horizon line is here, it's interesting. If the horizon line is here, it's interesting. If the horizon line is here, it is boring. And like, I've never forgotten that line, because like I'll think about it all the time whenever I'm coming up with pieces. Like, you really have to think about how you're dividing up the canvas, like what Mark was talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You can get away with the middle, centered horizon line, but the thing is, usually if you're doing something like that, you want stuff kind of obfuscating in the horizon line in the foreground. You want stuff in the background that kind of make it more dynamic. But if you're just doing a basic bitch horizon line, it's gonna be dry. That's why you break it down here, you break it up here. Makes a huge impact visually. It's very different. It's a graphic design trick.
Absolutely.
All right, Alan. I think you're up next.
Let's get the slides back up here. Let's see. Okay, so this is my next choice. This is one-man U.S. black metal project Aklis, and his second album called The Dreaming Eye. I can't speak much to technique on this one or anything. I like the image just because it's very nightmarish, and there's a loose theme to the album about nightmares. Interviews with the guy, said a lot of the subject matter for this album was supposed to be about kind of recurring nightmares and dreams that had really bothered him very seriously for years and years, even at a younger age. And I think the art reflects that incredibly well. And flipping out of the slide screen view for a minute, one reason this picture resonates with me a lot, it's not just the image itself, but the whole dream thing. It's, to me, very reminiscent of some of the art from the old Sandman comic series. This was the Morpheus character, Neil Gaiman's famous graphic series for Vertigo Comics through the 90s and such. And I've got to think, the artist, was very inspired. The character, very similar in terms of, the very dark eyes.
The face looks very similar.
The face is very
placement.
similar. Especially like in some this image, he's often drawn again where the head is a little bit disembodied from the rest of the figure. It's attached, but it can be a little bit floating, kind of like it is on the album art. The visual aspect for the Sandman was a huge part of the appeal there. It's an expertly written series, but it's also was visually very stunning. It had great cover art from Dave McKean. For a long time, it had a really great pencil and ink team in Drendenberg and Jones. The series unfortunately ended with a pretty lackluster art run for the last year or so. But yeah, it is very reminiscent of the Morpheus character, who is he's not your blind guardian cover version of Mr. Sandman, like happy funny character. He's a pretty awful character in a lot of ways, and again, I think this art just depicts that same thing very well, and so it really helps get the subject matter of the album across. But yeah, Lee, Mark, be interested to hear if there's any more compositional things that you notice about this.
Well, what I like about it is the point that you just made, that you're able to identify this art and liken it to something of a past experience you had, experiencing another piece of art executed with a different medium and a different context. I think that's part of the beauty of the language of art, is that it has a place and a time for our experience that is meaningful. And I think that's cool. Like, that's part of the reason why you probably picked this piece, because there's something reminiscent about it for you that took you to a previous experience in your life. I just think that's a beautiful thing, man. That's one of the many tools of art, one of the many ways it can communicate.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's important as an artist is restraint and simplicity. So the better an artist gets, you might think, oh, they're more detailed. And in some ways that's true. In other ways, the better an artist is, the more they know how to simplify and create a powerful image, just like this, where it appears simple to us perceiving it, but the creation of it was not simple. There were a lot of decisions made of what to omit that I'm sure the artist had to think about a lot. For instance, you can't see the eyes. The omission of the eyes is a very smart decision, having that shadow underneath there. So for me, it's art like this, while isn't always my favorite, I have a ton of respect for. I mean, I have only good things to say. It's just a matter of taste. I think that's something interesting too. I'm looking through the slide deck, and especially Mark and I, while we both like a lot of the same artists, when it comes to like our favorites, our taste is very different.
Oh, very cool. And Metallized, I think we've all seen that look from our girlfriends or significant others. I didn't get it last night. I came home early from my card game specifically to avoid that look. All right. So Lee, I thought about picking this one also, Lee. So I'm really interested to hear what you have to say on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing piece. It's also one of L. Ron Cantor's earlier pieces. That was
that's a Cantor. Wow, he kind of he messied up his style a little bit, didn't he?
He did, and that was one thing I wanted to talk about, and kind of talking about simplicity too. Is
technical terms, you should go to art school, bro.
well,
You even art school, bro?
Yeah. So like back in like 2012, if you look at Auron's work, it is more rendered, meaning like all the details are fully mapped out. But to me, the beauty of this piece is, once again, it's like the omission of certain things. So when he was constructing this, he let me go to the next slide real quick, and I kind of illustrate like a point that I really am attracted to. So this bottom right here, you see how it just looks like a shadow, basically. But there's detail within that shadow. He's not just doing a pure black. So he's pushed those values really far. If you go back to the previous slide, sorry about this.
No problem.
Now look at the big picture as a whole. When you're thinking about this cover, it works on so many levels. It works as a tiny little Spotify image, and it works as a full vinyl cover. And the reason is because your eye is drawn to exactly the right place, and it's not drawn to the wrong places. And that's the power of obscuring things with strong shadows and leading right to the light. And the complexity of the light too, in terms of the color effect it has. Yellow hits blue, there's green in there, there's even a little bit of purple. It's the color harmony, but from a distance, it just reads as blue and a little bit of yellow. So, Auron is a master. He's definitely, like, it was tempting not to just have 8 covers by him, because you can always study.
Well, I've got 2 coming up. Sorry.
Oh no, and I think I might have paired them intentionally, but
yeah.
The other thing too, let's just think about design here. Think of how he framed that Testament logo perfectly with those antlers. So they're just like propping them up. So he's thinking about it like a designer too. So next level. And he's also a really generous person that I've exchanged emails with too. So
it's interesting because it's like a TP shape of the guy, the land swelling up into the guy, and then the orange in the sky and the orange in the fire on that stump. It's like a straight line.
Yeah,
so it's
and
like
also there's also a reverse triangle too. You're looking at the TP, the triangle shape. Because I'll talk about this too later. But if you look at the antlers and the shape of those outstretched arms on the character in the center point of the illustration, same. It's echoing that shape. It's basically, if you look at it, it's a letter X. It's an X composition. Very straightforward, right? It's very aesthetically pleasing. But you're right. So a couple of points here that are important. Typographically, there's a thoughtfulness about the logo treatment and how it lives in the space of the artwork. And secondly, the point you had, Lee, you made a point about how it translates from a thumbnail image on Spotify or some, bullshit digital platform. An LP cover, it still translates. And I think that's a very thoughtful artist to consider all those things. Very well executed, very logical approach to the execution here. It's a great cover.
Very cool. That's one Testament record I don't have. Is it good?
It's okay. It's not bad. It's just like I don't reach for it that often, frankly.
Yeah.
Right on.
If you like newer Testament albums, it fits in with the like Brotherhood of the Snake and such just fine. Maybe not as good as that, but it's in that vein.
Right on.
Let's see. All right. Here we go for our next one.
Yes. Yep. The title is The Shepherd of the Deep. I do not like this Darkthrone record. I think they phoned this shit in, but I really like the album cover. And why do I like the album cover? Because it reminds me of like a crust punk type of album cover. It's got really super detailed illustration. The way the creatures and the ghouls are contorting around, I don't know. I just thought it was a very cool composition, or more of a chaotic composition, but a cool image. And you start looking into the finer, you start zooming in on it. There's a lot of detail to be had here. And I have another cover coming up that kind of mirrors this type of style, but always been a sucker for that. I just really, I love color and artwork, but I also really appreciate a highly detailed black and white. And it seems like you can get so much finer detail on it. and not have to worry so much about how color is more of a it's more of a shading aspect than a use of color. But I don't know. I just always, the main reason I bought this, well, I was going to buy it because I'm collector scum, hence buy the shirt, and I have to have everything the Dark Throne made, even though I don't like it. You know, 2 riff maximum songs that just go on forever. It's boring as hell, but I thought the cover was really cool. I had high hopes for this one because they've had a run of covers that have been lackluster in every way, shape, and form. I'm not a big fan of, Dark Throne on Ice, but anyway, this is a great cover. It has a crust punk vibe, and I love the detail in it.
Yeah, I agree. It does have that vibe to it. It's actually quite complex in its composition. There's a lot of directional moves in it that are extremely unconventional, but I think it all works because of the way it's mapped out on the page, the darks versus the somewhat like grays / somewhat lighter hits. I think that's kind of the only way I can make sense of it. But illustration wise, it's really well executed.
And the Dark Throne logo actually, there's a chaotic vibe to the illustration, but the chaotic dripping vibe of the Dark Throne logo, it's well placed. Unlike that Blood Star that I shown, it's like awesome picture. Let's plunk this, boink. Let's put this really bright red and yellow logo in the middle of this really cool piece. This here, the logo is part of it, and it doesn't bug me where they placed it in the right spot. If they would have tucked it up in a corner, it wouldn't have worked. I think they put it in the right spot. Old star in the center, perfect. It's good.
I kind of like it. It has like a folk art vibe to it that I like.
Yeah, it does. I was thinking that too. It has almost like a Nordic folk, kind of like a David Theory's kind of style in a way. Got that sort of folklorish element to it, sort of like that Nordic tradition. So it's really nicely done.
Mark, with this one, do you think this is done like charcoal or graphite? Like, what do you think he did for this? Because it could be like gray paint, but I actually don't know exactly how he did it.
It looks like I don't want to say ballpoint, but it's kind of in that realm.
I mean, isn't charcoal really like, you got to be, I don't know, does charcoal get this much detail?
No, I think this is too tight to be charcoal.
It
looks like either graphite, some kind of pencil, or maybe just like some half-baked dead pens,
I don't know.
You can get kind of grays like that with ballpoint, but
you could have done the grays digitally too after doing the core drawing. I don't know. It's a little bit of a mystery to me exactly how to get this exact feel.
It could even be like a little bit of wash or like pencil rubbing in it, like when you rub the lead around to get a gradient. I don't know. It's hard to tell with this, but it's cool looking.
It's interesting. If you look at like the guy here that's upside down on the left, you see like he did like a white outline, and he does it on some of the characters here to separate. I don't know if that was needed, but my eye kind of goes to it for some reason. I don't know. It's still cool. I'm not discrediting the piece. I think it's freaking sick, but it almost makes it look like it was drawn in sections and he just kind of pasted them all together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like a cut and paste vibe, but maybe that's why it has this sort of punk DIY feel to it.
That could be. Yeah.
That cut paste look.
Yep.
It's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
there you go, Mark.
This is one of the few Greek black metal bands that I don't actually really dig. I remember getting this a long time ago and not being into it, and then I picked it up when I always loved the cover, and so I gave it a spin about a week ago. And I was like, I still don't really like it.
They're more Scandinavian than Greek sounding, I think. Although their latest one has a little more of a Greek vibe, but the early shit reminds me of Scandinavia a little bit more.
Yeah, it doesn't sound Greek to me. Maybe that's why I don't care for it so much. And it's not like it's poorly played or written or anything. It's well done for what it is. It's just not my taste. However, the cover, I always found this cover to just always sit well with me. And it's a photograph. I usually am drawn to illustrations or paintings. This one's straight up just a photograph. And I think it's the guitar singer, if I remember correctly, is posed here. And
I think the brother. It's also important to note that the brothers in this band, I think they're brothers, but they're blacksmiths and they make all the shit.
I was going to say that was striking to me too. Is that these guys made the stuff that they're wearing, and that's really cool. That's certainly noteworthy. It's a great creative outlet. But here, if you click to the next slide. Alan. I just did it straight up just to show the high point of contrast on this cover is extremely striking. You have a really, really solid use of white space or negative space, so to speak, where I feel like the white space on this album cover is equally as strong as the subject matter. The fact that, like what Lee spoke to earlier, that ability to show restraint. Now, I know this is a photograph, so it's not necessarily intentional. However, the way it's cropped for the album cover might be intentional. So it's well done in that regard. If you hit the next slide, Alan, I'll try to be brief on this. It's very straightforward composition on this piece. It's straight, just the diagonal composition where you fill half the space, moves your eye from top left to bottom right, much like you would when you read a piece of paper or a book page. You start at top left and bottom right. So it's got that sort of inherent aesthetic value to it. But that's all I really have to say about this piece. I've always just found it a striking cover. It's always thought it was cool because it's very different from anything else I owned, and that's why I like it. It's a photograph, and I usually don't go for a photograph, but in this case, I find it. There's something really appealing about it. That's all I have to say about this one.
Exact opposite of Old Star. Lots of negative space here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's cool. I like the mystique around this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. A lot of people are commenting they really like the album as well.
Except me.
Let's see.
This artist is sick, man. The detail in this guy's artwork is amazing.
Ian Miller.
It almost looks like AI art. You know how squiggly it is and stuff. I hate that. I don't want that to be a slam, but very, very squiggly. another technical term just for you people in the chat. You know.
No, it is squiggly, and that's one of the things that that draws me to it, because I mean he's obviously trying to draw something very alien here, and that squiggliness it does give it a very kind of alien feel, because it kind of messes with the symmetry, it messes with the movement, the geometry a bit, so that none of this looks like it's Terran. It does not look like it's from this world at all. I like the color contrast. It's you've got the kind of bright orange sky, and it really contrasts with the color on all the stuff in the foreground. Has this much more kind of sickly, deathly, bluish, grayish tones to it. So big change in color there. The other thing I really like with a lot of Ian Miller's art, and this one's a good example. And let's see, Lee, I think you kindly added some details here. You can look at it and be like, that's just a cool, crazy looking alien scene. The more you look at it, the more you start to go insane, realizing how many little details are buried.
It's insane.
And then you look at the details and you realize there are details in the details. Like, I was looking at it before we started tonight, and like every little inch of this main creature is scaled. It's all individual scale. There's no shortcutting with anything. It's like you could sit here and probably count hundreds of individual scales outlined on the one creature itself. So yeah, just the insane level of detail, and the combination of colors makes it a good standout for me. And I've liked a lot of Ian's pieces. As I understand it, he's an older fellow.
He's about 75.
Wow. Oh yeah, I was thinking he was up like in late 60s or early 70s. So yeah, interesting composition for someone.
A Fire and Ice film.
Are those lines going against is that like the canvas I'm seeing, or is that like he do strokes across the paint with the brush?
I can help with that. So he's using really tight technical pens or repeatographs. So basically, my understanding with this piece, and he's multiverse, he uses airbrush paints as well. But for this one, all those orange and red lines are just like, okay, I'm going to grab the orange pen and I'm going to do a line. And I'm going to grab the red and then repeat, and it creates a pattern. And it's all about the strokes that he's
Holy
doing.
crap.
Yeah.
So it's very, very time consuming.
So where does airbrush work into this? Because what I've seen people with airbrush, like people at the fair, it doesn't look like it can create that much detail. I meant
he's versed in it, especially in the 70s. His work was doing that. This is purely to my understanding, I mean, he could correct me if I'm wrong, but this was done completely in pen, and ink. But my understanding, a bunch of tiny, like, 0.05, and then basically all these different colored ones. He has some black in there too. This was my pick too, so I'm combining with Alan here.
Oh.
When you're talking about the color scheme, I mean, if you'll notice, a lot of my picks, orange and blue purple, that combination, I mean, I'm very drawn to that combination of colors. And if you look at my colored work, a lot of it is that I just can't help it. I'm like magnetized to it. But what's cool with this and how you make it work is the top of the creature has a lot of orange tendrils that bridge that gap. So the blue at the bottom, you see that bottom right there, that's way more blue. So what he does is he takes that orange and he diffuses it. He spreads it out so it's not just too jarring.
Yeah. It's just like almost like treating it like a gradient.
Exactly. I mean, Ian Miller's one of my biggest influences.
Yeah. Tell us about your latest purchase.
Yeah, I'm gonna flex a little bit.
Yeah, do it.
All right. So I recently bought a original Ian Miller. It's actually right there. That tiny one there. It's called Fat Controller. But I was like emailing with him and settled on a price and came here, no problem. But
cool.
Yeah, he's an older British man, and he writes emails like an older British man. I'll just leave it at that. He's a very polite guy, but it's like I was talking to Charles Dickens. It was interesting. Respect.
This is awesome because people watching this, they see that album cover and they think Ulthar, and that's all they might be where their thinking ends. But these are little nuances that you can only get here in this conversation. It's awesome, man. I love hearing stuff like that. That's cool. It's a great cover too, and I love his work.
What's up, Ken?
Oh, hold up a second. I gotta share something.
Oh, absolutely.
It's my next pick. Hope you guys don't mind if I go in advance.
No.
The unnatural cover.
Sorry, on.
That's Ken's artwork.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful. I just have to give him a hard time.
Cheers,
all right, big next for real.
Well, that skipped me now because I just leapfrogged off Alan, so I think it's Marty next.
Get ready for some stunning breakdowns of the next piece of art. Here we go.
Here we go.
Again, the crust punk aesthetic. I love it. And this album, I gotta say, I love the artwork. It bums me out that they went just solid black for the sky. I know they did it probably for logo reasons, but there's so much killer shit going on below, this. Well, I guess this would be a horizon line. But again, you start looking in the detail of this record, it's just amazing. I don't know. I guess I could look at it. I have it here. Stippling. I don't know if that's what this is here. For their lines. It looks like it's stippling, but man, again, Mark was bringing up a lot of black space here, where things like a skeleton's typically white. He puts a lot of black in there. So it just looks filthier. It just makes it look meaner, more depraved, more twisted. I don't know. I really appreciate the work that went into this. I think it's an excellent piece. It bugs me that there was no like clouds in the sky or something. He could have done something with texture up top, but that's just such a minor complaint. You have to have a place for the logo. I get that, but man, I really, really like it. That's all I can really say here. I have nothing more to say than this is, classic crust punk.
I saw that album. I don't think I picked it up, but I almost bought it just for the art, just because I wanted to.
It's really good. The vocals are kind of burnt out. You know what I mean? Like he's been doing it a long time and his vocals are kind of wrecked, but it's still a good record. I liked it.
Yeah, amazing artwork. The artwork's so badass on that.
All right.
I'll get the next up here in just a second. Just chatting with Ken over here on the side. Here we go.
This is you, right?
This is okay. Is it back to me? Sorry,
we skipped around there.
It's all right.
Oh, that's okay.
It'll come out in the wash.
yeah. Okay. So
we'll let the slides dictate where we land.
Okay, so yeah, this was one of mine. This is Summonings, Let Mortal Heroes Sing Your Fame. I've always liked, summoning always has good cover art, but I always really liked this one simply because it, again, reflects the musical content really well with the Middle Earth theme. You've got, the very stylized dragon here. And this is very reminiscent of other images of Tolkien dragons that I've seen. I don't want to say this one is Smaug in particular. There are a few other dragons that pop up, but the way it's drawn with the very serpentine neck, but with the head very low, more like towards the ground rather than held up, is something I've seen several artists kind of do when they're interpreting how dragons look in Tolkien's universe. This one, again, it's got the kind of frame around it. It kind of gives it that look of an illuminated page, which again ties into the literary material, because you kind of get that vibe with Tolkien that again kind of written like the emails that Lee's been getting recently, with the very flowery prosaic language and telling these tales of yesterday. So having the border kind of works with it too. And then also, just also having the little text blurb up here, adds into that whole aesthetic as well. That, it's like, you're looking at a page from some 12th century manuscript that's talking about this, and it's just, a really, it visually fits the band's whole vibe perfectly. And, is a nice sort of, introduction of what you're going to experience with their music. So, those are the points I really like about this one.
I think that's solid. I've never seen the Summoning album cover before.
Such a great record.
Yeah, I don't think I've picked up anything by them since the mid to late 90s. But I like the points they make, because I think they're absolutely valid. Because this is almost collage-like in a way, but it's all about the context. When you look at the frame and the typography on here, the way the typesetting is done, and even the logo placement, how subtle and non-intrusive it is, it just becomes part of the actual the layout. It's essentially like a page layout, like you just described, an illuminated manuscript, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that adds a lot of what I would call tone in terms of how this artwork is being perceived. It's all about setting the stage for the music, and it's not just about how well the dragon's painted, it's about all the other elements around it too.
Yeah, the dragon's important there, but it's not all about the dragon. The other stuff is really important. I agree.
It's cool choice. I've never seen that one.
Yeah, how dark the dragon is, it really leans into the strength of the silhouette, kind of like you were talking about, like the shape of the neck. I mean, that's what it's really resting on. The only thing that's weird to me with this one is if you look in the top right and left corners, that symbol almost looks like a warning or like a radioactive symbol to me, which seems a bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a target on the slug of a trim on a print job that gets left off the like target mark. So yeah, it is a little unusual.
Yeah, registration mark. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just one random little thing that doesn't matter, but stuck out to me.
On the CD pressing I have, those parts are cropped out.
Oh, okay.
From what's on the front of the CD cover.
I was having a lot of trouble getting a high-res image of this one, and this one with it being the full gatefold just seemed to be the best for the deck.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, this shows it off really, really well. No, this was a great choice for it. All right. So let's see who we've got next. Who picked this one?
That's me. I think we just skipped Mark, unfortunately. I don't know how that happened. Well, I mean,
okay.
It was my fault, but yeah.
Well, he got to work in his artwork from Ken there, so he got his turn.
All these slides are coming up, Lee. What is he trying to tell us?
Oh, man.
Damn, man.
Let's see. Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and thanks to Ian too. I don't know if we shouted you out, but Ian did a super chat earlier, and really appreciate the support, guys. But Lee, take it away then on this one. This one I think is one of the classics from recent years to a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean it's iconic, and I think it looks like a Lewandowski painting because it is one, obviously, but like he does kind of do a lot of the same type of things. But I just think this is his best version of it, so I wanted to represent it here. once again, you got the complementary color scheme, but you got enough interesting subdued colors to break it up so it's not overwhelming. But I think what Lewandowski does so well is the sense of scale. So him adding that small figure in the bottom left just makes the figure so much more colossal. So by adding that scale, it just gives it a lot more depth. And then you hear the album and it's booming and thunderous and open. It just fits perfectly with this. So just amazing painting. It's iconic. It's captured interest for good reason. And when I think what are the best covers, they're the ones that they just jump off the page and they capture the most interest. So it's a strong one.
Didn't he pass away about a year ago?
Yeah, he did. It was kind of caught a lot of people unawares.
That's the beauty of having this kind of stuff around, this art, because his thinking and his hand live on, through his work, and we're experiencing and talking about it now. I agree with your sentiment on this, Lee. This just shows you the impact of scale, can have on art by making reducing something in size. It just increases the that mirror reaper. I mean, it speaks to the name of the album too, but it's just the colossal is a great way to put it. This is a very menacing, very, very menacing cover.
He has a very distinctive style, and the thing that I think all these pieces are really cool, but there are so much of them. The last few, like this, the color scheme on here reminds me of the new Obituary, which isn't a bad thing. He obviously has a color palette he likes to work in, but I don't know. Like you start to have a bunch of covers on a bunch of different records that all look very similar.
Is this the replica scenario where the sameness is?
I mean, that's a huge insult to the Lewandowski here. I mean, I like some Repka, but Repka got real old real quick for me and real cartoony. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not a big Repka fan.
Would you say he just kind of replicated the same image over and over and over?
It's just where, yeah, exactly.
This is the thing, though. I think this is. I get what you're saying with the repetition, but even when I look at my own body of work, for example, all black and white, it's about setting an expectation, and I feel like Lewandowski did a good job of branding his art, setting the expectation of this is what you're going to get from me when you hire me for a cover, and I think that's part of what an artist should and want to do, but you do gamble with the idea of, well, am I oversaturating the market? But that's a gamble and a risk you take as a creative person.
It is, and I hate to call that out as a negative because the guy's astounding. He was an astounding artist. Just a lot of it at once. You know what I mean?
It's a good observation. It's a good observation, though. Nonetheless, I think it's certainly a valid point of view.
It's a very striking image here, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I think it's a killer artwork, but there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it in a short period of time.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair. Yep. All right. Let's see.
And I just had the full here just so you can see how it does complete the picture.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never seen the other part.
Yeah, and like with my CD copy, where is it? If I was like opening it, it actually opens from this side. So it's kind of weird how it works that way. So this is the opening, right?
Oh.
But it feels kind of backwards to me because I would, because the text is here and this effectively is the front, according to the CD, if I knew otherwise. But then you got the logo here. So interesting treatment, but it works when
they didn't want to break the artwork up. They kept it.
Yeah. I mean, smart decision by Profound Lore. It's just it caught me off guard when I was picking up today.
All right.
Next. Here we go.
All right. Eleanor and Cantor. Obviously, I could have picked the Halloween cover, and I just thought I'd give everybody a break. He's had a good run here, and we saw the Testament cover earlier, which looks a lot more precise. This here looks more a bit like perverted Renaissance art to me. and so does the new Halloween record. And as you will see, the next pick, I don't know, is that next on the? You lumped them together, Lee?
I did, yeah.
Here, let me see if I can do this.
I think I did. Yeah.
This piece in particular, Profane Nexus by Incantation. Man, there's something. I mean, Incantation's always had artists that were just, they come from this demented dimension. It's almost like he visited this dimension and saw this, because you look at it, the coloring, the way the coloring is so sickly, the shape of the main figure in the middle, it's like, is it like a demonic spider thing, half human, half spider? I don't know. The twisted, broken bodies. He's got an eye for, he takes like Renaissance art and makes it darker, more perverse, more, I don't know, perverse is the word, more demented. It's just, and the way the color schemes work here too. Like I said, it looks like I'm looking through an old Renaissance art book in the library at school, and I come upon this. And, you have a strong demonic figure in the center of the piece, which, it's almost like Catholic art, trying to scare people with demonic figures, and have kids like, make sure they tithe and don't step out of line in, school and in church and stuff. But he's just a great artist. I could have picked the new Halloween cover too. I think, Halloween's had a long run of shitty digital artwork, and to have a guy kind of come in and do something good with it. And, he did this new Creator, which this is one that I could have put on my list as an album I was looking forward to buying, but ran out of gas on really quickly. But, I don't know. Both of these are great pieces. I think they're really cool. I really like the Incantation. It almost looks like it was painted with bile from a stomach or from a gallbladder. It looks like he used bile as the main, bile and actual blood and semen to paint with. It's amazing. It's
a very sickly color scheme.
It's a sickly color scheme, and the way that it actually looks like he's in the dimension of hell here. He visited it in a dream and came back and painted it. And I don't know. Very cool stuff. What do you guys think about these two pieces?
I think it's a good observation. Yellow is typically a color associated with disease and pestilence. So it makes sense that you want something that offends the senses. You'll go with some yellows and greens, and then muddy up with some brown, because brown's really the conglomeration of all the colors mixed together. You get a brown. But I think what's interesting about Cantor's work here is that noting that the how tight his earlier work was, and then looking at this, it's more like Paulo Girardi's realm, where it's more like a kind of, you described, like a perverse Renaissance painting, so to speak. And there's something about you can clearly see the brushstroke work in these paintings, and the texture of, I'm assuming, oil on canvas. You can see almost like a loose palette knife layered texture in it, which gives it sort of that antiquated quality. There's a level of expressiveness here and looseness that he's achieved that I think is good, in the sense that now Marty and whoever else is viewing these covers, there's room for interpretation now on the viewer's end. So now the viewer has to do some of the work to fill in the gaps. It's not all literal and painted for you and described for you with detail. Now there's some room for you to have your input on it, your interpretation of how you feel about the art. And I think that's a great approach in terms of opening that line of communication between the viewer and the artist. And I think that's one of what makes art so uniquely human to us, is our ability to appreciate something, even if we don't fully understand it. We might not understand the decisions behind it, but something about it resonates with us.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of similar things. He's exploring a more expressive period right now, and it makes sense too, because when you get to his level, or Dan Seagrave, at a certain point you realize that there is kind of like somewhat of a ceiling with just pure technical prowess. So then you need to explore other realms of art. I mean, why did Picasso, love him or hate him, he was a master at age like 22. He devolved slowly over time to get down to the core of what art truly is for him, which is a childlike interpretation. Now I'm not a Picasso expert, but my point is, and I'm not expecting Elran to go completely that direction. But my point is, when you get to a certain level, it's more gratifying to explore other ranges.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're seeing with his work more frequently now.
That's the sign of a good artist. That's a sign about an artist who cares about what he's doing, what he's saying about his work and his approach. He doesn't give a fuck whether or not you can make sense of the art. You know, he's trying to tread a new territory, and I think having the ability to pause as an artist and have that time for self-exploration or fooling around with a new medium or a new way to approach the canvas, I think there's some benefit in that, because it's helping him to grow. You know, he's just challenging us as viewers too. I think that's what a lot of art does in some regard too, is try to challenge our way of thinking about the world around us and what we value as beautiful.
Well said. Let's see, two quick things. One thing that just in general about the image I kind of like about this is kind of a little bit of a callback to the cover of Endless Pain, with the demon standing over the victim, kind of, you know, driving the, you know, weapon, planting the flag, you know, down on them. So I kind of like, you know, that, you know, calls back to their earliest one. And
there's a Halloween cover. I had to do it.
Yeah. And Marty, you're right about, you know, the digital art history. Quick question for you, Marty. What do good digital art and rabbits have in common?
What?
They don't come easy.
There you go.
That's the level of joke we're working with tonight.
Just enjoy it, everybody. Just enjoy it.
We got our tangential Halloween reference in, so
we did.
Now we'll move right along. Here we go.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so if you don't know who this artist is, you've been in the dark.
Yeah.
For several decades. This next selection is Chris Moyen. You probably know his work from other bands like Incantation.
Beharit, Drawing Down the Moon.
Beharit, that's correct. Crucifier. The list goes on and on. Archgoat, Blood, Pertinence. I mean, it's endless. He's done so much work since the early '90s, late '80s even. But I picked this cover in particular because I feel like, at least from my vantage point, it's one of Chris's strongest works. It's a Morbosidad album cover from a while back. I think it was a Nuclear War Now release. So Alan, if you can hit the next slide for me, I wanted to get into a little bit of detail about this one. Mm-hmm. Here what I've done is just like a loose trace of the album cover art, just to kind of give a sense of what we're looking at here. And I think what's important is that there's a main theme here, a main subject, and that's the goat impaling Christ on the altar. All the characters that Chris has illustrated in the background, they're just sort of like the supporting characters in the album cover. So if you hit the next slide, Alan, I kind of force that point home with the triangle composition really emphasized here in the subject matter with, again, the goat impaling Christ. And then one more time, Alan, for me.
Sure.
So I think the next slide I've silhouetted it out just so you can see this is where the main subject of the art takes place, and this is what I think Chris really wants the viewer to see. It's up here in the foreground. I think one more slide, Alan. I have a couple more points. One thing that's cool about this too, that Chris is he does this sometimes with his work, is he'll do a little bit of foreshortening, and you see that with Christ. His hand kind of gives sort of this sense of struggle. You know, he's trying to escape the situation, so he's kind of used a little bit of foreshortening there in the foreground to kind of emphasize that. But if you look at the way it's composed, there's, you know, the hands and even some of the line work on the altar move in unison with the base of that cross to kind of help push your eye across the canvas area. And the real emphasis here is that the cross is almost acting as an arrow. It's pointing you upward. And the cathedral, which is a great choice for a background, he has these sort of if you look at the pillars, they're going up sort of at a point. They're angled. They're not straight up. They're more angled, and that's helping to reinforce that triangle composition and move your eye up the canvas area. Another thing too is there's a little bit of repetition in terms of texture with the smoke in the album cover. Provides some of that repetition to help kind of give it more visual cohesiveness, more visual harmony. So I thought that was a good choice by Chris. See, I think I had one other point I wanted to make. Do I? No, I think that's about it. I apologize. I was just trying to look at my notes here. I wrote some notes down on here. Just had some things I wanted to mention about the art, but compositionally, it's really sound. It's to the point. Triangle composition, you're going to see a lot of that with probably not just my choices, but some of the other covers. Some of the other guests will be sharing. It's very standard, and it's always an effective composition. You can see some of it even being echoed in the archway work in the background, reinforcing that triangle. The way the staff, one skeleton is kind of holding the serpentine staff that kind of points you right up into that triangle point as well. Really good choices here by Chris, whether they're intuitive or planned. Regardless, it's a successful piece in my opinion.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the point you made about the kind of columns trending slightly inward, it just makes the piece not appear flat because the camera eye is looking upward, right? So if imagine you're standing in a cathedral, if you're looking up and it's a really big, like, cathedral in Europe or something, you see that same shape because in reality, right? Yes, yeah. There's the perspective. So.
It gives it a sense of grandeur. It just really helps because that background, he could have just left it black. He didn't have to put anything in there, but the choice that he made to put something in there, I think he chose correctly what he wanted to put back there, because all it does is just reinforce all the other decision making with the characters that he's illustrated on the piece. So it's really, really thoughtful illustration. I feel like one of my favorites by him.
Very nice.
All right, let's see what we've got next. Oh, okay. Yep, this one. So this is a collection of demos by a Greek power metal band called Crosswind. Cool. This anthology was put out on Stormspell Records. Stormspell usually has really nice cover art, often kind of fantasy themed. This has always been my favorite one. And I forget the guy's name who runs the label, so apologies there. But yeah, he always, kind of puts a lot of pride in getting decent artwork. And this has always been my favorite piece from his catalog. Things that I like about it, first off, in terms of the figures fighting, I like that this is not a stereotypical angel figure on the left. That it's actually some kind of, hawk man creature. And when you look at its tail, the feet have talons. This is not, a biblical, pretty, angelic figure. This is some kind of, bestial figure. And for his opponent, the dragon is, they're actually kind of to scale. This isn't, the big summoning dragon we saw earlier tonight where it, takes up, all the landscape and shakes the mountains. The figures are roughly the same size as each other, which is, just kind of, a nice take on it. I love the color scheme, and that it, grades pretty nicely. You have, the very, light colors that implies that the bird character is supposed to be the good guy here. But those colors do grade really nicely into the darker stuff behind the dragon, making you think the dragon's the bad character. But it's not also just, a white versus black or, gold versus red or something. Even on, behind the bird character, you're getting some darker hues worked in. And behind the dragon, there are some lighter blues. So it's not like it's, pitch black, pit of hell, kind of thing going on. The color between the two characters is nice because with the light behind the bird, most of the bird character is actually in shadow, but then the light is highlighting the front of the dragon. So their body colors, kind of overlap some. So, once again, it's not just, a clear-cut distinction that, this one's the one highlighted in bright colors and this one's the one that's, red and black and, evil and dark. Really like the way the wing bends on the far left, just kind of framing it a little bit. It gives a little more asymmetry. And Mark, I know that's something you talked about a lot the last time you were on the show, that, artists, look for, to kind of, put more asymmetry into things at times to kind of, give it a more realistic feel, like that. And then for me, kind of the cherry on top is actually the band's logo. The fact that they're called Crosswind, that they're showing a scene that's happening up here, obviously, in the atmosphere, in the sky somewhere. And just the way they designed their logo with the different points jutting out, to me, it's very reminiscent of a weather vane design. And so just the fact that, the design kind of ties into their name and kind of ties into the location of, this scene that we're watching. So I think there's like a lot of neat little touches to it. On one hand, sure, there's a lot of fantasy art that looks very similar to this, but I just always thought there were lots of neat little things that kind of made this one always stand out to me.
Is it good? Is it a good album?
I like it. I think it's very, very good. Yeah, as a Greek power metal band, especially the first of the two demos really stands out. It's faster, more powerful, more passionate than a lot of their contemporaries. So yeah, really, really good stuff, especially on the first demo. They did a full-length album later on that I think it had a different lineup and it didn't quite hit the mark as well. But yeah.
So you're saying you only like the demos?
The demos are better.
Demos are better. Yeah.
I'm absolutely saying the demos are better.
Perfect.
But sorry, Mark, please go ahead.
No, I think it's a beautifully painted cover, and I absolutely love the color palette. The purple's especially great middle ground between the oranges and the blue, complementary. This looks definitely like Lee's color palette. When I think of Lee's your own personal work, when you work in color, you spoke to that earlier, and I can see maybe this color palette resonating with you as well. But it's same composition too as the Chapel Disease you pointed out earlier, Alan. Exact same concept in terms of from a graphic design point of view. Same composition, circle with the square frame.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say this is an example of a level of digital art?
It might be digital.
Yeah, it's digital to me.
The background might be digital, but it seems digital to me. I do like it. It's cool.
Yeah, it's good shapes and shit. I don't remember what I was about to say, but yeah, I think just like the shapes. Like if you just blacked everything out in terms of the figures and just put them up there, it would be interesting shape language.
The silhouette, it's great. And also, I just love the way the oranges and you mentioned it, Alan. The way the oranges and blues and purples are shared between both characters. Mm-hmm. There's hits of that on both characters without it being like over the overly saturated one color one way or another. Not a true white, not a true black in there, other than to have points of contrast. But each character has its own palette without being contrived to like a white versus black. It's just really a really thoughtful piece, and even digitally created, and it's perhaps that, but it's extremely solid result.
Official channel verified, very yin and yang. Yeah, it is circular. Yeah, intertwined. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good observation too. Officials had a lot of good observations in the chat tonight. Sorry, I haven't gotten more of them on screen. But all right, glad folks liked that one. Let's move to the next one.
Cool. So yeah, this is like a early 2000s Dan Seagrave, where I feel like at this point he was really pushing his technical ability, kind of like we were talking about earlier. And now if you look at some of Seagrave's stuff, it is more expressive. But this one I think is just a technical marvel in the sense that it highlights 3-point perspective. So there's perspective from just like the horizon line, but then also the upward side. So you have those gargoyle-like creatures that are pointing down, highly foreshortened. So while this isn't my favorite album by Suffocation by a long shot, I think this is one of the best covers they've had, and I just love studying it from like I said, just a technical perspective. And then you look at the colors too. You could simplify and just be like, okay, those are gray gargoyles, but no, they're purple, blue, orange, green, gray gargoyles. There's complex colors there. everything that's created here, he's mixing up either on the canvas or before he even touches the canvas, and he's creating a really interesting and vibrant gray color scheme within here. The other thing too that a lot of artists use to kind of break up technical perspectives is like a good use of like fog or obscuring things with a little bit of a white tint. That way, there's like the eye fills in the necessary information basically to read it correctly. I think he did a good job with that here.
It's kind of like a way of showing restraint too, in a sense. You know, not feeling obligated to fill it with some kind of particular object.
Yeah, but like Dan Seagrave did some personal work around like 2005, 2006. It was like this like city kind of thing. I don't know if you guys have seen it. He has like prints for sale, or he did at the time. And I remember seeing him when I was like in high school and just being blown away. Like I wanted to buy like a poster of them. They had nothing to do with metal, but they were just this type of tight, intricate, insanely detailed work.
They're very circus-like, like a roller coaster.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know what he named them, but he hasn't returned to that style of painting, and I feel like he was doing that same thing around this time.
Yeah. I've worked with Dan a few times. I've commissioned him for a few 3 pieces now, I think. And I have to say, he does more than is necessary. I feel like working with just from an artist to an artist, he would present me with like 20 thumbnails.
Wow.
Give you so many options.
Yeah, they're loose sketches and they're all kind of like in the same realm, but they're like slightly different. And they're all, one thing I noticed with his work, he always has like a foreground, middle ground, background. And the foreground's usually like right up in there and helps kind of really pull your eye into the piece. And I have to say, he's like such a pleasure to work with. He's super, super easy to work with. Really chill, easy process. It's like he's like one of those dudes where you're like, you can just give him just very, very little input and be like, okay, now you go do your thing and come back to me when it's finished. And you just end up with this masterpiece, that it kind of goes beyond your expectation. But his process is, he doesn't mess around. He really explores a piece when he gets into it, and I way more than I ever would. I feel like he kind of does too much work, but very, very, very cool dude, very easy to work with. And I obviously loved this stuff for a long time.
Sean makes a good point too. The horizon line is tilted, so it isn't just overhead. There's that level of difficulty too, which makes it even more disorienting. So that's a really good point, Sean. I think in the next slide, I just broke down 3-point perspectives. You guys can kind of visualize what I'm talking about, but I think everyone's grasping it. It's really interesting seeing the chat too, because I'm so used to seeing artist comments and stuff, but people who maybe aren't artists, or maybe they are, I don't know, but like the type of comments I'm seeing are just different than what I'm used to, and it's like a reality check. It's interesting.
No, it's funny because people will perceive stuff either similar,
so differently.
Or differently. It could go either way, and that's again part of what art's supposed to do. It's not always. It's up to the artist to make the decisions, but then really the ultimate decision is up to the viewer, who's experiencing the art, the person who's experiencing it.
Yeah.
Well, some of us got our art learning on the streets. Just saying.
The Sesame Streets.
Exactly.
All right. Very cool breakdown of that one.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Marty.
Oh, yeah. Again, I'm a big fan of this is Juanjo Castellano. And I gotta say, cheers to Tanner and Carl. Awesome album. I'm a big fan of big landscapes, something that pulls you in, makes you feel part of the dimension. And if the music matches the album art, the color scheme on here, I think matches the album. The direction, the flow of this cover matches the album. It's a perfect union of, I think one of our metal tag questions was show an album where the artwork doesn't match the music. Well, this one matches the music perfectly as far as I'm concerned. And I like the choice of colors here, the gray, the reds, the maroons, the black, the gray, it all works. It's a color scheme that I personally resonate with a lot. The Bindrune logo, original Bindrune logo is in color, was this color scheme. So it's yeah, very appealing. I like the detail. You start getting into, you know, the actual mountains, like here in the forefront with the reds and the maroons. There's a lot of swirling things going on, stuff to look at. You look at the vinyl, your eye just, you're sucked into it. And again, there's another little character up there on the stairs. I mean, it's almost an afterthought. Oh, there's someone there trying to, you know, climb that staircase and get into that obelisk. And, you know, what is that obelisk shooting out of the top of it too? I mean,
so this is kind of interesting. I actually, pardon the shameless plug here. I have a shirt I've been doing some Riddick art collaborations with bands, and Majesty's is one of them.
oh yeah,
It drops on Monday.
nice.
But Carl gave me a breakdown of sort of like what the story of this cover is about, and I had to sort of take that interpretation and illustrate it from how my point of view, or from the I should say the character and the story of this album's point of view. And what you have here is this character who's ascending, like you described, this sort of like glass crystalline obelisk.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember all the details of the story he presented to me, but my understanding is he leaves home to ascend this thing to watch the planets align in a particular way or something along those lines. I apologize because I'm muddling the story a little bit. I'm just trying to remember from the email he sent me a couple months ago. But the character ascends the stairs, and basically when he reaches the top, he passes away, and that's essentially his spirit emanating from the top of the obelisk.
Ah, okay.
He finished his journey, but the question is, was it really worth the sacrifice? You know, he's left his family, he's traveled this way, and that's why you see some of these treacherous, like spike-like formations at the base of Huang Zhou's painting. It's because it's trying to show that the turmoil and the struggle that the character's gone through to reach to the crystalline palace, if you will. I know it's a bit of an abstract interpretation of what was given to me by Carl, but I just thought it was fascinating that the band, like, they had something to say, and they presented this to the artist for the artist to interpret. Nonetheless, two different artists to interpret. So it's
right.
Pretty cool. But I also want to point out the logo. The Majesty's logo is very unusual. It's different from any other logo.
It's very atypical. It's a very atypical metal logo. I always thought that.
Yeah, and this is actually even the color palette. You mentioned the gray and the burgundies and stuff. I don't recall seeing a lot of that with Huang Zhou's work. He usually tends to lean more into like cool colors, not like really all warm, like especially a red. That I can recall, other than maybe like a Rebel and Flesh album cover or something like that. But this is a little bit unconventional for him, I think, for his color choices.
Well, in the print world or printing shirts, cool always to me meant blue, and gray's got a little bit of blue in it. I mean, it's obviously very muted here, but
yeah.
I mean, it goes from red to the gray, which, you know, to me, red is a warm color.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a good contrast for sure. It's just the palette seems a little bit different from the body. When I look at the body of Huang Zhou's work in unison, this one looks a little bit different to me. To stand out. It's a little bit out of the ordinary for him.
I love the background, you know, the points of light coming out of the clouds, and the two planets sitting back there with that burgundy rolling mist just underneath them. It's just the cool horizon line. Yeah. Cool, you know, it's just a very spacious. You're drawn in. I'm drawn into it. It's a great piece.
It adds drama.
Very dramatic.
Without those beams of light, it wouldn't be as good. Like that decision carried a lot of weight, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I agree 100% with that observation. It's a good album too. I agree. That's like one of my favorite albums from.
It's great. They did such a good job.
Really good. Really good. I'm not even like huge into like melodic Swedish stuff or anything like that. It sounds like that, but on steroids.
Well, we came from that era, and if you have to admit, there was a time where every band that came out of Sweden sounded exactly the same. It's just like the Cannibal Corpse and Internal Bleeding bands. There was so many of them. It burned me out on it. And the Gothenburg, Stockholm, you know, melodic death metal style was really, it got tiring. But these guys took it, and it's fresh again. I don't know.
They elevated it for sure. Because I like when I think of these bands, Gates of Discharge, Dark Tranquility, At the Gates, I rarely, very, very rarely listen to those bands. But Majesties, I'll spin in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Something about it that's infectious.
All right.
Good choice.
All right, Mark, here's your next choice.
Yeah, this is a weirdo one. So this is a Russian artist, Alex Shadrin. I became familiar with his work through this album cover, Cosmic Void Ritual, because I was in touch with the guy, and it was a solo project. I was in touch with the guy behind the project. But Alex has done work for as an artist. And funny thing is, Alex is also a singer. I think he plays in a couple bands as well. But some of the other work he's published with bands like Bloodstorm. I jotted a couple down. Golgothan Remains, which is a great band. I think they're Australian. Father Befouled, which you might know from the East Coast here.
Atlanta, my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I see Justin all the time.
Oh, you do? Okay, yeah, Justin.
Yeah, we're friends.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've worked with Justin in the past. He did some layout stuff for me before. Actually, did split with his band once. So yeah,
Sick.
a couple years ago. But anyway, Alex, his work here on the Cosmic Void Ritual album cover is, I just find this to be a highly disturbing piece. It's very unsettling to me. So I think that's the first appeal. It's just the unsettling reaction I get from looking at it. And a lot of his work tends to be very like avant-garde, a little bit occult-like. I would describe, like, when you look at some other pieces by Alex, but this one in particular always struck me as odd and disturbing. But if you hit the next slide, Alan, I'll just speak to the what's working about the art. So here I've just sort of tried to isolate the area of subject matter, which would be the three characters in the foreground. And hit the next one for me, Alan. Yeah, again, basic triangle composition. A lot of the things that you're seeing in this piece are helping to move your eye in that direction. It's very much like the Chris Moyen piece I shared earlier, where the background architecture is forcing your eye upward and helping to reinforce that triangle composition. And then hit the next one for me. Again, just silhouetting out where the activity is taking place. That is a strange ass silhouette.
It's like two penises about to kiss.
I was going to say lobster, but I guess Marty's interpretation is valid too.
So if you hit the next slide for me, I just a little bit of
That's what they look like. Couple penises hanging out. That's all I gotta say. Changes up. That's why it creeped you out, Mark. Maybe a little bit.
There's a lot of directional movement in this piece that I find highly complex and highly intelligent. Now, whether the artist is doing this intuitively or intentionally, I don't know, but his judgment is extremely sound here. There's a lot of kind of like I was talking about before, the arches, I should rather say the architecture is forcing the eye up. And if you look at the claws, for example, you're going back to sort of like this X composition, forcing your eye across both sides of the canvas area. And then you have some repetition in terms of sometimes my eye goes this way, sometimes it's forced this way. What I find most interesting is his choice on the bottom right. There's a piece of architecture, like a wall, that it would otherwise be just sort of void of information. It could have just been like stone or have like rust on it or something like that. But instead, he's intentionally drawn these four or five like openings, like circular openings with some kind of ooze spilling out of them. But they're illustrated in a diagonal fashion, which I just think is one, a brilliant choice, but also kind of disturbing too. Like why the oozing wall? That's such a weird. I like it, don't get me wrong, but I think the placement of it's total perfection. And if you hit the next slide for me, Alan, I just want to discuss the weird myriad of subject matter he's included in that piece. the tubing, the gas mask versus
The thing on the far left, I'm very familiar with. Welcome to sleep apnea, fatness, and being old.
Oh man,
That's the exact same rig I have, man. That's sexy. That's hot.
well, that coupled with like a crustacean, like a crab claw, and then the ethnic mask, which I think this one I pulled here is a mask from it's a dance mask from the Ivory Coast. So there's something about a mask I find fascinating. It's a way to kind of obfuscate one's identity. It kind of when you think of putting on a mask, it's something that could potentially be empowering or put you into a new role or make you behave a different way. And there's something about that that's a little bit off-putting because you don't get the sincere human behind the mask. So I think that might be one of the reasons why the mask-like figures in the painting are off-putting in a way, and in a good way. I mean that in a good way, in that it's giving me a reaction. But something about that mystique behind the mask, it's sort of like the sort of otherworldly alien-esque creatures that Alex has created here, just are super unconventional, and I can really appreciate that about the work. So I just think it's a very strong, successful, highly complex in terms of positioning of elements. It's just a really, really well thought out and structured, constructed painting. That's my 2 cents on that one. Good stuff.
Right on.
Yeah, Mark did in our last panel, he brought him up as like one of the people who's been inspiring him lately. So it's always interesting too, because while I like Alex's stuff, I could tell it like speaks to Mark more, and I like dig that because it's like some things that I really like, it wouldn't capture him the same way. So
yeah,
I just always find that kind of stuff really interesting because I could see all the things you're saying, especially if you explain it more.
I feel like, I guess what's appealing to me is that there's a little bit of indifference when I look at his work, for example, or like Composite or somebody like that, where I see the illustrations and it's not something I would ever do or choose to like. I would never draw something like that. That's way out of my wheelhouse. But I think because it's something different, that's what's appealing to me. But also, there's a mysterious quality to it, in that it's almost, when I look at somebody like Composite or Alex's work, I feel like I'm thumbing through like an occult journal, filled with symbols that I can never wrap my head around or don't understand the symbology behind. And I find that fascinating. It's almost like harkening back to that childlike curiosity that's kind of ingrained in your humanity, that forces you to investigate and dig further. And I think there's something appealing. There's a draw to that, like a draw to the occult. Like there's that sort of that feeling to the work. That's how it hits me. So I'm not necessarily always looking at it for technical execution or even what the story is trying to tell me per se. I'm just looking at it as a visual that I have a hard time wrapping my head around, but I want to wrap my head around it.
Totally.
All right. I kind of spoiled the next one. Sorry, I'll hit it, Alan.
I do it all the time.
I fucking went too far with it.
That's no big deal.
All right.
All right, yeah. So this is Numenorian's second album, Adore. They've gotten a lot of trouble for the art on their first one, which we're not going to discuss.
I have zero.
No,
I don't ever want to listen to this band because of that cover.
And a lot of folks don't, and that's fair. If
I can take a lot of shit and a lot of gore and whatever, but that was nah.
Yeah, that was tasteless.
That was tasteless.
Any measure, but this one much more tasteful.
Yeah.
This art, one thing that strikes me about it, it's reminiscent of a lot of art I see on not just metal album covers, but in other genres too, in more recent years. And it immediately, my mental tag for this is avatar art. It very much strikes me as, bands looking for things that are going to show up well when people are looking at musical on a small digital screen, like an iPhone, that they're thinking, we want just a symbol kind of thing, an avatar that if somebody's, looking through their Spotify playlist or Bandcamp or whatever, they can kind of just see this, generalized thing and associate with us very easily, rather than having like a really detailed piece of art. That said, I think this one works really well. This was an album that I didn't know anything about the band or the history with their first album. It randomly showed up like in Amazon recommendations one day when I was buying other stuff. And I just kind of kept coming back to it because I thought the picture was really interesting. It's, obviously, it's got, a feminine face, with, this kind of cloth laid over it. And first, I really like the color scheme that, it's, the black background with this kind of, very light, and then other shades of purple, which, purple and black can work very well together, but it's not a color combination you see all that often because it's easy for the purple to get too dark and then just blend into the black. But, they did a really good job here with, the coloration, I think. Mark, something you mentioned earlier about, I think it was on the first one we discussed tonight with the, points of light really drawing your eye in certain places, that, the light, is kind of right there in the center of the forehead. So, really kind of, draws your eye up, which is the direction that, the eyes are pointing, also up. So you're kind of, looking that same direction. I also like, the fact that it's not necessarily clear at least to me, what is occurring here. My first thought, with, the cloth draped over the face was, that it might be like cerements. This is somebody who's passed away. But cerements are usually thicker than this. This is, very transparent. You can see the facial features, which maybe cerements in some cultures are done that way, not the few that I'm familiar with. And also looking at it, it almost, there's a dampness to it. It looks like, the cloth is sticking to the face.
She looks alive in this picture. I mean, it looks like she's breathing, like the black and the nostrils looks like she's breathing in.
Exactly. And so it's like, this may be, this could be thought of, as, a deceased figure, but it also, it could be someone who's alive. And so, again, my brain starts running in circles, with different interpretations. This could be someone who's passed away and is, ascending, from the darkness of death, towards a light of the afterlife. It could be somebody who is asleep and is kind of, in that, kind of breaking through that veil between waking and dreams. It could also, with, the sort of, damp qualities, it could be someone, submerging and coming back to the surface. And I don't know if there's like, a baptismal imagery or, some kind of, purification iconography going on, but all of those things, regardless of which one it is, it also gives off a very peaceful air. That, if it's a death, it's not a violent death. If it's somebody who's waking up, they're kind of, gently coming back to consciousness. If they're rising from submersion, this wasn't, they weren't struggling for breath. They weren't drowning or anything. They're coming back, again, and kind of rising towards that point of light, gives it kind of an uplifting quality. And the music kind of reflects that on the album. Yeah, again, I don't hold it against anybody who doesn't check out this band. I really like the album on the music for this album. It's got that same kind of, uplifting post black metal, black gaze thing going on. And I think they did it very well for this album. The band also ran into trouble after this album and fell apart. So they had kind of a cursed history, but I really do like, it's a simple image, but I think it works really well for me on a lot of levels.
I don't know anything about this band. I've never heard of them before. This is my first time. So I don't know what you're referencing with the previous album cover, but looking at this one, I see more like of an oppressive like interpretation in terms of like it seems like an intentional, like they're trying to hurt this person. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in my interpretation, but I think that's the beauty of this art, is that you've already gone over a laundry list, Alan, of ways to interpret this.
Yep. And you've got something that's very different, but that's interesting. Yeah.
There's no typography, no context other than just what we're presented with, which is this dramatic image. And it's just left at that. And, how much of it is the band's choice versus the actual photographer's choice? You know, the photographer may not have ever heard the music, might not know anything about the band, might not care, may not have even been the intention. Like her intention with the photograph might not be the same as the band's intention for its use of the art. So there's always this sort of open-ended um, guise of interpretation. You know, it's always something that we have to contend with as visual creators and visual interpreters. But it's really interesting to hear how you just kind of broke down like how you might feel about this as you were talking about it, and there was a couple of different ways to approach it, you know, to look at it.
Yeah, the chat is split on if it's calming or if it's oppressive.
Yeah, and the thing is, maybe the music finishes that story for you. Once you hear the music, well, then maybe you feel differently or a more particular way about it, more pointed way. So sometimes, you know, the visual can only do so much. It's only half the battle here. The music's the other half of the battle. And maybe the music, if I heard it, would give me a different way to feel about it.
Yeah, I gotta say, this looking at the image, it almost the person in the image, it almost has a look of willingness about her, like she's here because she wants to be, and it's like a religious ceremony. It almost seems like I don't know. That's how I interpret it. You know, someone said waterboarding, which is the obvious, but she doesn't look like she is in a traumatic state. She looks like she's there willingly on her own. But yeah. Mark, the first album cover is a girl, a toddler that was slaughtered by, I think, her dad.
And they took literal autopsy photographs and slightly modified them.
And she died she had a smile on her face. I think they titled it Death Smiles or something. I don't know, but it's like, it's awful, dude. It's rough.
So it is awful. And it's, especially as a parent to hear that, it's
beautiful little girl, you know, it's just, ugh.
But what does that tell us about the art? You know, where it's giving us a reaction. It's not a great one, but it's doing something. It's making us feel something.
I get that, but I also took it as,
it doesn't mean that it's right. I mean, this is the thing. This is, and I apologize. I don't mean to go on too much of a tangent. But
no, go ahead. No, go.
We talk ethics in art. The way I think is that when the brain goes to the hand and the hand goes to the paper, that artist has no ethical obligation whatsoever. Anything can come out of that the artist wills, whether it's tasteful or tasteless, doesn't matter. That's open to interpretation. I think the ethical onus comes after the fact. Like, well, now that it lives in the world around us, how are we experiencing this art? Is it off-putting? Is it the opposite of that? Is it creating a sense of community? And that's the thing, the struggle with art, in the sense, in terms of what's right and what's wrong. You know, was the band wrong to put that on the cover? Probably not a great judgment call.
No, it was more of a shock value cover for me. It's like, we're gonna shock and awe with this one, you know.
Yeah. And I guess it worked. I mean, you guys.
It worked. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to listen to the band. I don't care.
I wouldn't want to touch. I feel the same way. But that's a risk that the artist wanted to take.
Yep.
You know, the band wanted to take that risk, and that's whatever the result is. What they reap their own reward, whatever that might be, that risk that they took.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like when he was Van Gogh's great nephew or whoever it was murdered because he did a documentary about Islam that was slanderous toward it or something like that. You know, he took a gamble, you know, by using his creative output to offend, and that's the risk he chose to take. You know, he crossed that boundary, and it didn't serve him well. You know, it's like a political cartoonist takes risks. Sure. When they make commentary. You know.
When it comes to artwork too, I mean, this is a good point to have in this point in the conversation. The fact that, you know, I found a piece of art that, I mean, out of decades and decades and decades of looking at, you know, mangled corpses and illustrated or real pictures, doesn't bother me. I mean, I grew up in a butcher's family. I used to help my dad do that stuff. I've seen a lot of gross, gory things, but seeing an image like that, I mean, every person interprets art a different way. And like you were saying, Mark, it speaks to the volumes of the image itself, you know, and the power of art. Let's talk about the power of art
It's
here.
our ability for human empathy, you know, is really at play here when you talk about a cover like that. And you know, unless you're a sociopath, you're probably going to be offended by that artwork. You know?
Unless, you know, I think it probably affects people that are parents a bit more than others that maybe aren't yet, or you haven't gotten that point in their life yet.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a risk. Like I said, I don't think the artist has an ethical obligation. It's what happens after they've created the art is where the ethics comes into play, and that's the artist's choice whether or not to take that risk. You know, they can risk a lot, including their lives, when they make choices like that. So,
you know, and Logan here has a point too. Like Pissgrave, I've had a couple of their albums, and I have a hard time seeing just an autopsy suicide photo as art. It's like Dawn of the Black Hearts. You know, that to me is just shock and awe. It's just, oops, sorry. It's I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I have very mixed feelings about it as well. And that's a tough topic. It's really a challenging topic. Probably not one we want to get into here.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting topic. I mean, that'd be a good one for heavy art talk. I mean, ethical art.
Are there ethics in art?
I think a lot of artists would probably go the like very literal, or maybe I'll speak for myself. I would go the very literal route of ethics in art. I'd be thinking about plagiarism, using references ethically, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? That would be the tangent I would go on when you're talking ethics in art, because that's the issue that I always see with fellow artists right now.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sorry, we got a sidetrack there, guys. Sorry. I mean, I think this is a great poll, Alan, because it's a striking image, and you know, one cannot look at this band without mentioning the first album cover. So it's like it's a good topic. Anyway, sorry.
Yep, that's all right. But yeah, let's see what we've got next here from Lee.
Chornabog. Where do I have that one? Yeah, so this is a Adam Burke painting. You know, his paintings have been all over the scene, especially in the last 8-9 years or so. Had him on the channel as well. Really friendly guy. He's very open to sharing. I love this piece in particular. Once again, we got the high horizon line. We talked about complementary color schemes. I think the cliff face that's closest to that sun, man, those blues and purples and a little bit of a white tint in there. Just such a cool way of doing that. Like, he could have just done a really dark brown or a black, but he had these like almost lights coming from the deep. And, you know, adding in a human eye there, you know, the eye, like the hands or the face, it captures emotions. It has symbolic power. So you think naturally a little bit about like a big brother, like an ominous energy. And then if you think about the composition, you guys have seen like the Fibonacci sequence spiral. Look at that. The eye just leads right. My eye leads right to the eye in terms of that spiral type of shape. So amazing composition. If you go to the next slide.
Yeah. Marty, can you drive for a minute while I go grab a drink?
Now that I've fiddled around with this, I think I understand the slide thing. Yep.
So this is the full, so you can see how it fully wraps around. But yeah, I think this is one of Adam's best paintings, at least for me, and definitely captured a lot of attention at the time.
I think what's the eye is certainly a focal point, because when you look at art, if there's a character or figure, or even photographs, when you look at photographs, when you're thumbing through a magazine, let's say, your eye always gravitates to other people's eyes. So you're looking at eyes all the time. You're making that human connection, whether it's, you know, a painting or a photograph. But I think what's particularly a good choice here by Adam is if you look at the eye, the sclera, which is the white of the eye, that's the white of the eye. Usually when you look in a mirror, if you look at yourself, your iris is usually covered by your eyelids. You're not seeing the full white around the entire iris. And in this case, you're getting almost all that sclera showing through. So that white of the eye is so prominent as a high contrast against that iris, which gives it this sort of menacing, morbid look to it. So if you ever want a trick, if you're drawing eyes, you show as much of the white of the eye as you can, and it looks more terrifying.
Looks crazy. Yeah.
There's a look of horror about it when you execute an eye that way. But also, going back to sort of that circular composition, which you can kind of see echoed a little bit in the creature too. Some of those sort of circular shapes, serpentine shapes. Even the opening in the ground has a curve to it.
Yeah.
In that the curve is essentially like a giant arrow pointing you right to that damn eye, where there's also a high point of contrast of that highlight in the iris area in the pupil. Really good, strong. It's really to the point in terms of composition, and you're just not you can't get away from that. I mean, it's just solid. It's a solid layout. It's good choices.
Can I be completely candid here? I think it's a great piece. I don't like the eye. I think the eye is a distraction. I think if that eye wasn't there, it would be completely fine. I'm more drawn to the fact that the pit is illuminated. Why is the pit illuminated? Is my question. What's going on down there?
No, I think you're right, and Marty. I think you're right in the sense that if that eye was not there, it'd still be successful painting.
I think it'd be a very successful. I mean, it's still a great successful. I'm not sitting here nitpicking. I can't draw stick figures for shit, but I'm saying, my taste. I'm drawn to the eye. I look at this piece. There's a lot of great color schemes. There's a lot of great movement in it. But I go to look at that eye and I'm like, why does the mountain have an eye? I know the pyramid, the eye in the pyramid, the Egyptian maybe thing, symbolism. I just don't think it's necessary in this piece.
I think because they're anthropomorphizing part of nature, and it seems very unnatural by giving it that eye. But I want to say that it does help, certainly in terms of composition. If you look, there's essentially 3 circles happening here. On the painting, you have the eye, and then flanking it on at least on my right here is the sun, the light source, and then that orb in the bottom portion of the painting all kind of moves your eye across the canvas area. So I mean, it is a good choice, and he used to utilize the rule of 3 also, which is cool. You can't go wrong with that. I think to your point, Marty, it could work with or without it, but to me, it creates this sort of unnatural ambiance to it that's sort of unsettling.
Yep. All right. It's cool. I mean, I think it's a great piece, but the eye bugs me. It's fine.
No, it's all interesting to see the discussion in the comments, man. Like I said, people either love the eye or they don't. It's very subjective.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of art. It's the beauty of music. Not everybody's going to sit in the same room, listen to the same album, and with their life experiences, they're not going to listen to the album the same way. They're just not. It's art. It's how everybody perceives it.
Yeah. It seems in the chat so far, most people like it the way it is. So I guess the eyes have it.
I win.
Moving right along.
Let me move us to the. Oh, there you go. Oh, hey, that's me. Again, I'm a fan of the big scenery. I could probably show the whole piece here because there's a whole.
Yeah, I paired this one up, so it's another Adam Burke.
Oh, is there some of? Did you add the full?
No. What I was just saying is this is another Adam Burke, so just keeping it together.
Right on. Well, if you you know what? This actually, the way the figure's painted, there's like a Chris Vernwimp look to this to me too. Let me see here. Here's the whole piece.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it does look like Chris Vernwimp. You're right. The character.
The character looks very Chris Vernwimp to me.
Yeah.
Which, he's got a style and I've always kind of liked it. I don't know what it is about his style, but I mean, this here is great. It's such you're watching a city burn. You can see, if you ever stood on a lake and feel that breeze coming off of it, the wind is coming off. You can see the waves crashing on the shore. You see those waves in the wind affecting the fire, pushing it into the city, feeding the flames, engulfing the city. It's a very cool, epic, grandiose piece. I just dig it. I like the color scheme. I don't know if it's dawn or if it's night is setting. You can't really tell here, but very cool piece. It matches. I think the epicness of this artwork matches the leadoff song on here, Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. Best song on the album, best song the band ever did. absolutely great epic metal, perfect cover for this. It's too bad the whole piece wasn't crammed onto the cover. You're only seeing a fraction of it, but when you open the whole thing up, it's amazing. Great stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me get back to the thingy here. Anyway, thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's solid composition. You have the character in the foreground on the ledge. I have something similar that I'll share later that is much akin in terms of like composition, where you have this character with a vantage point that's pointing you in the direction of the story, which is the city is burning here. And it's just really, again, it's kind of like to the point in terms of like graphic design or layout. It's to the point and it's effective and it's successful. And I feel like Adam doesn't need to try real hard. You know, he's gonna wow you with his technique. His composition can be as simple as anything, and not say that it's overly simple. It's there's some complexity to his work, but just from a layout point of view, it's not like that Souls to Deny by Dan Seagrave with a 3-point perspective. That's like that's challenging composition. This is very straightforward, but the effectiveness of his technique when he paints, he's got a very recognizable, very painterly, loose style, great sense of color. His compositions are strong and timeless. You know, this is always going to be a solid piece of work. Good choice.
Yeah. And just the fact that like he could look at a landscape and then he would know how to convey that landscape through paint using any really color combination out there. So he doesn't have to take literal colors. He just takes the shapes and the values and puts it together. So yeah, I mean, he's an amazing artist. I feel like he gets a lot of credit in the scene nowadays. Like I don't feel like he's underrated by any means, but I think he deserves every amount of praise he gets.
Ryan, all these bands. When are we ever going to see some demos, man? All right, let's see what's next here. Nocturnal.
Speaking of demos, this is a collection of Nocturnal. I think it's the demos before their I think it's their debut, Arrival of the Carnivore, came out. Speaking of Chris Verwimp had done that Arrival of the Carnivore album cover. But this piece, this is a compilation of some Nocturnal demo and live material, if I remember correctly. Possessed Creations, and the artist here is Josh McCallier. He's a tattoo artist, I believe, an amazing tattoo artist, by the way. His stuff is super tight. He does these really large pieces, like full back pieces and stuff. I've seen some of his work on social media. He has a great sense of like outline and then filling in the blanks, you know, in terms of his tattoo work. But I think he's based out of New England area. And this cover always resonated with me. Josh has done stuff for bands like Toxic Holocaust in the past, or Von Goat, Midnight. I think he did an album cover for Midnight once. But this one always struck me. It's just kind of going back to like Daniel Shaw's approach on that Blaspherian cover I talked about in the beginning. He's utilized a lot of heavy blacks in this piece with his ink work. A lot of texture in terms of like line hatching work and stippling, use of both. But the heavy blacks really give this sort of like almost like Halloween-esque kind of vibe to it, or like it kind of reminds me of the feeling I get from that. Have you seen the film called Haxan? Does that sound familiar to you all? It's
like that really old film, right?
Yeah, the way the demon is portrayed is very similar to how Satan is portrayed in that film. It's just kind of cool. It's got like sort of this classic look to it. But anyway, what really I find appealing is his use of darks in here, and the figures being very ghastly looking. They don't have hands, which kind of give them even more of like a spirit look. If you can hit the next slide for me, Alan. I think it's just so, again, this is where the story is taking place. Is I've kind of highlighted the characters and the piece. And actually I think I may have talked about the composition too. Can you hit the next slide for me, Alan? Just trying to isolate some of the elements so people can see. it's kind of like a triangle, but it's almost like an inverted two triangles coming together to form almost like a Black Widow, kind of symbol, if you will. It's really solid. There's a sense of symmetry to it, even though the characters have sort of an asymmetric juxtaposition with one another. There's an overarching symmetry to it, which is a good choice by Josh. Hit the next slide for me, Alan. So here I've silhouetted out this is where the story takes place. Then you have I think what's a great choice of the tombstones to kind of give you a sense of foreground, middle ground, and background between the characters. So I think that when we look at it in reverse, like there's a good visual story happening there just with the background elements. Then you hit the next slide, Alan. This is something I wanted to speak to because I don't know if bands always think about this, but it's particularly strong on this album cover. The choice to frame the art in. Most art, when you see it, it has a full bleed. It bleeds off the edges of the LP or the canvas area, and that's pretty typical and commonplace. But I think that a frame has equally as much power in terms of having a striking visual. So I feel like in this case, the use of the frame is very, very thoughtful, and even having sort of like that base piece to house the title of the album is structured nicely. Kind of helps compact everything. But what we're seeing here is, if you hit the next slide, Alan.
I got it.
Or Marty, yeah. So there's actually a secondary frame happening in this piece, which is created by the pillars on the gate and the way the gate curves over the background. And it's weird because it sort of creates this in the negative space, this evil eye shape, which I think is sort of like a cool, subtle hint in terms of the way it's formatted. The demon just hits right on that pupil there. It's just a weird sort of like negative space shape that's formed that I feel like adds to the sort of like the evil underpinnings of this artwork. I think that's all I had to say about this, if I remember correctly. Those are my main points. But I think it's a really strong piece by Josh. Like I said, he's mostly ingrained himself in tattooing, but I haven't seen a lot from him in terms of album covers lately. But when he does do them, he's very successful in his execution. Good band too. If you like some ripping death thrash, Daniel Avenger from Nocturnal is such a badass guitarist. He's super fast, really, really good songwriting.
Right on. All
I
right.
like the white outline, aspect to everything.
Yeah.
Just going back to the original for a second, so yeah, folks can see it one more time.
Yeah, it's kind of like reversed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
How you would like approach it.
Yeah, if I was going to print that shirt, I'd be like, "Oh, oops, I have it reversed wrong."
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
not a tactic I normally take when I ink stuff. So that's why when I look at Daniel or Josh here, and even some other artists, the way they attack it by just filling the black in. I think I did that on one 7-inch cover for I think a Hungarian band or something like that once, where people took note because it's not like something I normally do. But because I normally don't do it, I can appreciate it when I see other people do, because I feel like it's actually quite visually striking. Anyhow, that's what I have to say about Josh's work here on this one. It's one of my favorites.
Very cool one. Let's see. What have we got next? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, this is pretty straightforward. Gates of Slumber's second album with art from Ken Kelly. I mean, folks are pretty familiar with Ken's style, of course, quite famous.
Kiss Destroyer, right? Did he do that one?
Yeah, he did.
Kiss Destroyer.
Yep.
Fighting the World,
sorry,
Fighting the World by Manowar, which is a direct ripoff of Destroyer, by the same freaking artist.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people, those are good examples, Mario, where I think a lot of people do, maybe first think of stuff of his that has a little bit more like the comic book art to it. But he also has pieces like this that actually lean a little bit maybe more towards Frank Frazetta's fantasy art.
Yep.
It's got on this one in particular, he's got kind of that's same kind of, slightly unearthly pallor to the skin, where it's very pale. A lot of Frazetta's characters have that. It makes them look somehow a little bit, superhuman or less than human. One thing I like about this one in particular, it's meant to be an action shot. I mean, there's some kind of, there's an explosion back here. There are things in motion. It's very hard to see, but like there's like a necklace around the barbarian's neck. That's actually kind of like flying up, and off to the side. This is meant as an action shot. This axe is supposed to be coming down any second, and ending this poor Cretan's life. But at the same time, the way Ken does a lot of these art pieces, they also the characters can look very statuesque. This berserker in my mind can hold this pose forever, like he's just chiseled out of marble. So it's a very static image in a way. It's very much a moment caught in time, but at the same time, yes, all the little details around you tell you that it's not frozen in time, that it's you're right in the middle of the battle. This is a second ago something else was happening, and a second from now it's going to be different. But just the posture, the coloration, to me, it just it comes across as very statuesque. And just to little things that again kind of add to that superhuman image. With the main character, looking very much down at the victim. You have that sort of it's judgment from on high, coming down on him. So yeah, those are just elements like with the background's very dark overall, but everything's kind of highlighted. You see that in lots of classic paintings. I know there's a name for the technique, but I don't know what it is. That really again just really highlights the characters. What the main thing going on is, and a lot of those paintings were often of scenes of a religious significance. That you're meant to add something otherworldly and ethereal to what's going on with the characters, and I think it translates well here as well. But that's just my take on it. What other folks think of this one?
I mean, to me, it's obviously like Frazetta worship. I feel like so.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like anything profound that I haven't seen before, but I do have to. I agree with your points about this sort of statuesque kind of look and feel to it, but yet there's still like a sense of action and movement at the same time. I think what's really important to point out here with this piece in particular is right above this helmet in the background, there's a little splotch of cloud that's sort of burgundy, dark, kind of brownish. If that wasn't there, this piece wouldn't be as successful in terms of composition, because what he's doing is the artist has created again like that hourglass, or if you want to call it like an X composition on here, where that axe is moving your eye like this way, and then that cloud is resting up here, juxtaposed nicely against that axe on the opposite facing side, which also echoes the shape of those rocks that are kind of pushing out in the, God, I can't do this backwards. It's pushing out, the rocks are kind of pushing out. You get a sense of motion with the cloud and dust. So that, and also I think another thing I want to point out is how much information we're not seeing that our minds are filling in the gaps on. Like if you look at the dude in the foreground, his back, his hair, his parts of his leg completely obfuscated in darkness. He did not have to paint any of that other than just hitting a hard black in there or hard dark brown or something. And that information is lost on it. We don't have that information, but our mind, we can fill that in on our own. We don't need that information. So it's kind of going back to like, well, that artist is actually showing some pretty good restraint, not having to put something in there it's not a necessity. You just put enough information in there for us to understand what's happening. And it's to the point. Like this is, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like diminish the value of this at all. It's a strong piece. It's extremely well executed. It's just although it might not seem like super original or like something I haven't seen before, it's very well thought out in terms of like backlighting and like what information the artist chooses to show, what they choose not to show. Very sound decision making. It's very good decision making.
Yeah, I was gonna say similar things with the strong shadows. I love dramatic shadows. The rim lighting's excellent. Just one comment, like piggybacking off what you're saying with like the back being obscured or the side of the Viking type character there. Uh, at least for me, if I was tackling it, I would have to know all the information under there. I would then just choose to not show it.
Yeah.
So it's like you still have to know all the anatomy of a back to make it compelling. So that's what's interesting, because it's like you know all this stuff, but then you have to be confident enough to, oh, I don't need to prove that. I need to actually prove that I know how to tie the whole damn thing together. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, and I think people don't know how hard that is as an artist.
Yeah.
To know when to not show that. It sounds ridiculous because I can look at it and be like, oh, that's just darkness right there. I didn't have to think about that. It just filled in black, you know. But really, you're absolutely right. There is a sense of understanding of anatomy that's taking place here, where you're only getting hints of some of the muscles, some of the muscle shapes and forms, and that's all you need. And you can trust your viewer to understand what's happening. You can depend on their understanding of, oh, I've seen a back before, therefore I know what that might look like, even though I'm not technically seeing it here in this painting. But for an artist to have that confidence level to say, hey, I know this, and I could illustrate the detail the hell out of that, but I choose not to. I can completely negate that. That's a hard leap for an artist to take, to divorce themselves from that thinking. That, oh, I need to show everything.
Yeah. It kind of works for me that's a good point. And it works for me just in the story of the picture too, in a way. It doesn't matter who this schmuck is, because a second from now he's not going to exist anymore. It's like, and playing like in the godly image too. Yeah, the focus is on the executioner. You know who the Greek gods are, but they just look down on everybody else. It's just he's just one of the nameless rabble of humanity. So why give him the detail? He's not important. The other figure, the one that's looking down and doing the judgment, is the important part in those stories. So yeah, it even kind of ties in thematically to that kind of story.
I just want to show real quick some other Kelly pieces. Obviously, Rainbow Rising, which I didn't grab, but I'm obviously wearing a Kiss shirt. So you got this iconic photo or painting.
So different than the other piece.
Very different. Yes, absolutely. Those are really well done. Oh yeah, I remember you sharing that one. Yeah, that's the one where I remember we talked about where they use the same probably model reference.
Yep.
Like the same.
And actually, when Man of War said this is what they wanted, I read somewhere that he said, "Are you sure?" Because this is, but they said, "Oh, that's what we want." I'm like, okay. So, yep, there you go.
Very cool.
All right. Lee's picked this one now for the next entry.
Here's a weird one. But I mean, this is the kind of shit I like, man. I like weird stuff like this, it has a children's book quality to it, but like demented and apocalyptic.
It looks like it was done by a child, kind of.
There's a lot that went into it, though.
I'm not discrediting it by saying that. I'm saying it looks like. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, it's Alan Brown. He goes by Medusa Wolf. He did the Emperor of Sand cover for Macedon as well. I think he's a really imaginative artist. I mean, that's one of the main things I look for in my favorite artist is really like imagination trumping in some degrees technical skill. But this guy's highly skilled too. It's just his delivery. He's not going for something hyper realistic. He's going for something symbolic, and it just captures your interest. It just pops right off the page. He also painted it perfectly for the what do you call these? Is it A5 size or like the DVD size for the CDs?
Yeah.
But
is that I Void Hanger? Is that an I Void Hanger release?
Yeah. I collect a lot of I Void Hanger stuff.
Good label.
Yeah, I love their shit. Just always like so far out. And Francisco, I believe he's like the art director there. He always taps in some really interesting artists.
Yeah, I was listening to one of their titles today, even Serpent Ascending. Actually.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what other comments I had here. It also kind of reminded me of like old Greek art where there's like some qualities that are intentionally flat. We got another one where that kind of mid to bottom third, the fact that it's a pretty flat red orange allows all those little details to pop off. And yeah, it's just one of those where I just love how freaking zany it is.
There's
My
a
kind of thing.
there's a vintage quality to it also, like it's almost like the shapes were kind of cut out, and then there's like a speckle tossed on, but it's not a black. It's like a you have a light blue, then the dark blue speckle on top. At least just from what I'm seeing here on screen. Maybe up close it looks different, but it reminds me very much of like an old school. Like it makes me think of one of the books I had. I had the a Sleeping Beauty book for the Golden Book. It was a Disney Golden. It was like one of the Golden Book series, and it had that like 1950s kind of illustrated approach to it. And some very dark scenes in there, like lots of purples and blacks and greens and stuff like that. But the artwork was executed sort of in this fashion where there's this like a vintage vibe to it, and like kind of like what you described also, Lee, with it having this 2D, really strong 2D element to it. I can't tell if it was painted or designed in Illustrator. You know,
I think Alan does a lot of mixed media with gouache. Gouache is like just telling the audience, it's like acrylic paint mixed with watercolor. It's kind of like the bridge between the two.
Yeah.
So like gouache, watercolor, acrylic. His stuff is so cool, and like
I recognize the style because I've seen some of his work before on other releases, and I'm in agreement. Like you said, that sometimes our taste might be a little bit off, but on this we're definitely agreeing on because
yeah,
I've seen this stuff before. I didn't know who did it, but I've seen it, and every time I see it, I'm like, damn, that's cool because it undercuts my expectation as a metal fan that this is what a metal album cover should look like. It completely undercuts that, and I think there's a ton of value. There's like that's a different kind of shock value, I feel like, and one that I actually can revel in. This is just beyond amazing. It's super complex too when you look at the detail in here. It's just very complicated. It's a very complicated, challenging piece to digest. And I think it's attention grabbing in its own right as an art, but as an album cover, even more so.
Yeah. Well, and then the bottom is like highly three-dimensional. It's like a little model, but then it's like a two-dimensional creature like breaking into it. Really cool.
Oh, I love it. I've never seen this before, but that's freaking amazing.
Oh yeah, dude, you gotta find some more of Medusa Wolf stuff.
Yeah. I gotta go visit the Voidhanger website again because I haven't ordered something in about a year.
Well, they finally have a U.S. shop, so it's a lot easier to get shit. Yeah.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. Cool.
That's my pick.
Very cool one.
I like the Voidhanger. They have a lot of unusual artwork and artists that they work with for their covers. It's cool to even look at that.
All right. I got two by this band and same artists, Marald van Holsteren. Don't know if I said that right, obviously, but this is one of those, what the F is this? What the hell's going on? Again, the yellow bile type look, sickly, amorphous kind of blob with some emaciated skeletal looks and a chopped off severed head. I don't know. I just dig this artwork. I think it fits the album perfectly. I'll skip ahead. I'm assuming Lee linked them together.
I did.
This one, you got the character in the front or in the center, but the thing that really I think is really cool about this, let me see if I can find the record here. If you're standing on one side of a bonfire and you look at people on the other side, the heat and the flames, it makes them, it changes the what the hell am I trying to say?
Yeah, it obfuscates them. Yeah,
obfuscates them, and I think, damn it, I think this album cover, the artist tried to emulate that here. Especially on this panel here, you see the trees in the background. The tree in the foreground here is burning, and the heat. You can see the heat of this piece coming up, and the stuff in the bag is obfuscated, obviously, from the heat and the flames. I just think this is a cool piece. Even on the inside, there's a hand, and I mean,
Yeah.
it's all really well done. I like the overall layout, the design. The color scheme is great, of course, and I just think the attention to detail. I think the character in the center with the hands over their burning face is the least interesting part of this piece. Although I do like the flames where the hands come together going out into the logo. I think that's a nice touch, but it's just all this other attention to detail. Like he tried to actually picture himself looking through a fire at a scene behind, or into a burning forest. Very cool.
Morale's awesome.
Both pieces are great, but I think this one in particular is a little bit more technically challenging, I would imagine.
And it's I think there might be some digital touch-ups at the end just for final, but if you go to the next slide, this is him, this is Morale's version basically done. This is the hand painted part. You can see it's a little more red and vibrant in the final.
Oh yeah, they must have enhanced it. They color corrected it or whatever.
But yeah, Morale did an interview with Heaviest of Art. That's an Instagram channel and a website that does really good in-depth interviews. And they had a bunch of cool progress shots for this album cover. So I just wanted to say that's where I grabbed this from. I want to credit the original source.
But you could look at this and feel the heat of it. I think that's what's cool about this piece. Anyway, sorry, I keep interrupting. Didn't mean to.
I think that this, if somebody said, "Hey, Mark, go paint me some fire, like a burning forest," I would have to look at so many different photo references just to see what. And clearly, the artist has done he's done the homework necessary to achieve that. It's just, I mean, it's just like what you described, Marty. You can feel the heat emanating off this album cover.
Yep.
It's just the same dude who did the Necrot stuff. The Necrot.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that's insanely good. There's a very distinct style about his work where it's recognizable across different album covers. But there's sort of like an eloquence to his work, like there's some kind of, I don't know how to describe it. Even though the subject matter is usually kind of disturbing or horrific, there's sort of like this sort of sophisticated, classical kind of.
He has a lot of beauty in his pieces.
Yeah.
He does a lot of female figure stuff tied in there too. Like he does a lot of figure oriented stuff. He's somebody I want to reach out to at some point. I'd love to have him on the show.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I think if I remember correctly, he was working on that Necrot, one of I guess the most recent Necrot album cover. He had thought I read, maybe it was on the website you mentioned, Lee, where he had a retinal detachment and had to have surgery for it. Meanwhile, he should have been healing up. Instead, he's trying to get this Necrot painting completed, which I can imagine must have been extremely uncomfortable.
My God.
And cumbersome to have to contend with that to meet a deadline. That's some serious dedication.
Hell yeah.
If I'm thinking of the same artist, I'm assuming I am.
All right. Everybody good on this one?
Mhm.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
They're one thrash album.
Yeah. This is my favorite album by them.
It's good. Oh yeah, for sure.
This is pretty straightforward, and it speaks back to some of the choices Alan had. Some good Swedish death metal here, but Jonathan Holton is the artist. He was one of the members of the band. I think he left recently and does a solo project now, but he's a very talented musician, but also very talented visual artist. He's done a myriad of projects in terms of like not just ink work, but also painting, and I think like mixed media or multimedia. Like I think he's done I think for his own project, he's created his own music videos that are pretty elaborately illustrated. But he's done stuff for bands like Enforcer and Decomposed from the UK, I think, and Feral from Sweden. So a couple bands, a handful of bands. I actually own one of his original drawings from this album, the album packaging. I enjoyed it so much that I reached out and purchased something from him. But if you could hit the next slide for me, Alan.
I got it.
Oh, okay, Marty. Yeah, so this is basically just to demonstrate the composition. The next slide really kind of hits home on the layout of this thing. It's basically like what you were sharing, Alan, before with that some of the, I think your first share and one of the other ones. It's a very basic composition. You can't go wrong. Now, granted, the illustration on this album cover, the frame has like little skeletons and skulls and stuff around it, so it's highly detailed if you get in close on it. But just generally speaking, from a very generic perspective, it's a you can't go wrong kind of layout in terms of composition. So the thing that makes it interesting for me is the foreshortening really adds a sense of drama. The hand really close up in the foreground, and also I think there's some importance in that Jonathan's omitted a lot of the detail, a lot of the information on this piece, kind of like what we were showing with that the Kelly piece earlier, where there's just a lot of heavy use of black. Like most of the figure in this piece, we can't see any of it. It's just sort of like the collarbone area and the shoulders and two hands, and that's all the information we need to give a sense that this character is likely either falling or rising. It's open to interpretation. In my mind, he's falling, but you could probably perceive it the other way too. But I just wanted to point this one out. It's very simple, but also extremely effective in terms of an album cover. That's all I have to say about this one.
I gotta say, my brief stint in artwork in school, hands and feet are the two worst things to draw for artists. At least it was for me. And for an artist to be so confident to put the hand as the forefront of the piece, it's like right on. They know what they're doing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of things where artists will typically, like in some cases, and maybe you do the same, Lee. I might just sit down and draw like a page full of feet or a page full of hands, just to warm up or get comfortable with learning the parts. Because really, what you're doing is you're essentially just educating yourself. You're just helping to build your repertoire of essentially your database, your mental database of what you can and can't draw. And if you just look at something sort of out of the box,
and can you spotlight me?
Yeah, so look at you, man. You know him.
So just kind of showing you like practice. You know what I mean? So like these are some studies.
Yeah, and we'll be doing something like this soon, Lee. I think you mentioned.
Yeah, we're doing a live show later this month.
Yeah, we're it's just pulling random things out of the hat and just trying to draw them. I mean, it could be something, might even be something I've never drawn before, but it shows you the sort of that it's to benefit as an artist to help you grow and learn about pausing to draw some things you normally wouldn't draw, just to help build your skill set.
Oh, yeah. they go into the comic book world and draw comics.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yes. All right, so that's all I have on that one.
All right, everybody good?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this one, second album from Horrendous, Ecdysis. I always liked this cover piece a lot. It's kind of different from a lot of death metal things. I mean, at first glance, it seems, like what you'd expect from death metal. You've got, a skeleton, body falling apart, all that. But this is not really a gory image. It's not, dripping, rotting, festering, or any of this kind of stuff. It's, a little closer to like an anatomical sketch of, the musculature and stuff underneath. The colors, it's not a gory kind of, color palette. It's not, all the, reds and like we've been mentioning tonight with like, the biles and the yellows and stuff. It's more pink. It leans a little bit towards some earth tones. Even the background coloration in the corners, it's, white. There's, kind of a light blue. This isn't happening, in, some, tomb of the mutilated or, cavern below the chasm or anything. It looks like it's actually a nice day out and this guy just happened to lose all his skin for some reason. Even and it's, there is motion going on here too. This isn't a corpse that's sitting around rotting forever. You can see movement lines like, around the arm and shoulder. this is, again, caught in the moment. It's, the actual shedding of the skin still in kind of its, final seconds as it's being stripped away for whatever reason. I mean, one kind of assumes it's a horrific reason, but at the same time, the mouth of the jaw, it's not wide open like someone's, flat out, screaming in absolute terror. It's it's open, like they're yelling, but it's not the jaw completely down, howl from beyond kind of posture either. So yeah, for all those reasons, it strikes me as interesting. It shows movement very good, and it has a death metal feel to it, but it's a very different portrayal than what we see on a lot of your typical death metal albums that are wanting to show something a bit more gruesome. This is a lot of things, but it doesn't strike one as gruesome. At least for me it doesn't, but maybe it strikes y'all differently.
I think what might be happening when you look at the color palette, it's a beach, right? And what kind of feeling do you get when you go to the beach? One of relaxation and soothing sensation, right? So this is beach colors. You have the sky blue, the sandy beach tones, and the flesh. So it's this weird juxtaposition of something kind of gruesome alongside a color palette that's very soothing and soft and inviting. And I think that's probably why you might have mixed feelings about it, or I don't know. I don't want to say confused feelings, but it's definitely it makes it a unique impression in terms of like when you look at album covers, metal album covers as a whole. This one is certainly a standout. And I had to say, just art aside, that album musically is probably one of my favorite death metal albums in the last 30 years. It is such a good album.
It's good, a great album.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Their best one by far.
Yeah. Yeah, and another thing that goes along with that, Mark, in terms of it being soothing, it kind of ties into them. I mean, ecdysis is not like meant to be a fatal thing. It's, usually it's a shedding of the skin that's usually like more like, reptiles and, insects, shedding the exoskeleton. It's not, meant to be a lethal process. It's weird happening to a human here, but once again, it's not inherently something that's supposed to be fatal. But sorry, Lee, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, I was just disagreeing. I don't think this is their best album. I think it's awesome. I mean, Horrendous is just fantastic band. I'm debating you on the favorite album.
Which one's your favorite by them?
Anaretta, if that's how you pronounce it. That's my favorite. The one that follows this one. I feel like it's got that middle ground of like the brutal and the progressiveness down pat the best. And then the new one I think is exceptional too. I mean, they haven't released a stinker, man. I think they're one of the best death metal bands out there. And the beach, man, that was a great comment. I didn't even think about it. I was like, yeah, it is serene and soothing, but I couldn't place it. Yeah, and there's also oh, sorry, man, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's not an obvious thing, it's subtle. It's just colors, Those are colors we associate with when we go to the beach. Those are the things we see. Those sort of pastel tones, very soft,
I gotta say, my initial interpretation of this piece, when I don't know what ecdysis is, it's a $5 fancy word, but now that I know it's a shedding of skin, but my initial reaction was the blue and the lighter colors doesn't remind me of the beach. It gives me the impression of life. Like this is a person that is dying suddenly, that is young, doesn't want it, isn't ready to die, and the soul is being ripped from them. It just seems like a traumatic, like a trauma event. The blue and the lighter colors gives me the vitality, life, and the obviously the soul leaving the face, the head, and I always thought it was someone dying too soon and it wasn't ready to go. That's the impression I always had from this one.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because even when you think about, when you decorate a baby's room, usually you go one direction or another. You tend to either hit a light pink, soft,
blue or pink,
or blue. When you look at this cover, you think of infancy, young life. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too far-fetched with my interpretation, but it's interesting because we're all kind of speaking to this artwork in slightly different ways. It's definitely like compositionally, it's good, it's solid. I don't recall. I don't think the logo lives on the album cover.
It doesn't.
Nope.
Which is cool. I can always appreciate when a band has that level of confidence that they don't need to brand their album cover with their logo. They just let the art live on in its own space and be its own thing. I can appreciate when bands take that chance.
Mm-hmm.
It gives the artists the trust in their work, but also a little bit of confidence as a band or a musician, you know, to say like, hey, we don't need to put our stamp on here. It can live on the spine or on the back cover, you know.
It's funny too. The Esok Trillium and the Chornabog covers are the same way. No branding.
Oh, okay, interesting.
The branding is done on the shrink wrap with the hype stickers.
Yeah,
because if you're just flipping through, I like it from an artist perspective, but as a label guy, I mean, your record is sitting on a shelf with a bunch of other people. I mean, yeah, the impact of the image. What is this? But you know, it'd be nice to have the logo on there from a marketing perspective.
I understand.
But that's why they have hype stickers.
Yeah,
you know?
Or Obi strip would be another.
Obi
option.
strip, yeah.
Or you
Cough,
could do
cough, blood star, cough, cough.
Yeah, exactly.
you could do like Enslaved and have it screen printed on the jewel case.
Yeah, which you break. Yeah, after trying to get it out of the fucking shrink wrap, and you drop it, and it falls and breaks into a. Fuck that. The irreplaceable, rare. Ooh, only so many of these screen printed. Break. Oh, great. Haven't even listened to it yet. I broke it anyway. Just talking from experience, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not bitter about it.
Yeah, bitter. You know, this stupid idea.
All right, let's see what Lee's got next. Oh, interesting one.
Oh, okay, yes, cow decapitation. So I had to include some Wes Ben Scotter artwork, and I picked this one. I mean, I love this album. I feel like this is like the turning point in their career, and they've just been on an upward trajectory. But just art-wise, something I like about Wes, and there's not like a lot of information on how he creates some of his album art, but my understanding is that he is very good at a lot of different things. So he's very good at just, you know, regular like oil or acrylic painting. You can see that with the autopsy covers. He also has a good mastery of digital art. And then he also can build like sets and like maquettes and like create his own references, and almost like how, you know, think about like early Star Wars, right? They're like building these sets and they're photographing them and filming them. Like he can do that. So Wes's versatility and just breadth of skill set is something that I really admire. With this piece, you know, you got a really captivating pose. It's very thought-provoking. I think this art has references to 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then it's also thought-provoking, you know, meaning-wise too, with all this waste and then the apes. There's a strong sense of foreground, midground, background. So I think it's a piece that it's different than all the other picks, and I think in a lot of ways it's because it's something I would never even conceive of, and the depth of the meaning, and you could tell there's a partnership with him and like Travis in terms of fleshing out that concept is really here. So sick piece.
I've seen this, but in passing, I have mixed feelings about some of Wes's stuff in terms of like the computer collage type stuff, which I feel like this is very heavy.
It's more than that for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And pull this. This is a relic here. It's
Hold on. We get you blown up.
Sorry, I got a lot of like this is
like his painted stuff.
Yeah, so his background, this is his old book from like 25 years ago, roughly 23 years ago. All of his old stuff was done with airbrush with some acrylic, I think, overlay on it. So it's weird for me to see the digital thing, because I mean, I know he from an illustrative perspective, he can be really great. Even with his like some of his ink work is also really good. Which you don't see a lot of it, but there's some floating around here and there from the past.
Mm-hmm.
He's an artist I was in touch with during the mid to late 90s, and worked with him on some projects in the past. But I'm definitely more fond of like the autopsy leaning stuff, you know, where it's more painfully. Don't get me wrong, like his graphic and Photoshop skills are just amazing. And you can see it demonstrated here on this cover. It's just, I guess if I was going to pick a Wes Ben Scotter piece, I'd probably pick, I personally would lean into something more of like a painted piece, you know. But this, I agree with all your sentiments regarding like the success of this piece. It's extremely strong. It's really well done. Strong diagonal composition. Like you described it, the foreground, middle ground, background is very prominent and effective in each section. They all have like some meaning to them. It's not just wasted space. It's actually utilized.
Yeah,
It's a good piece. It's just I always had an admiration of his painted, especially the airbrush. The airbrush stuff is just unreal. Like that's a hard medium to control, and his stuff was like kind of wonky early on. And then he really learned how to tighten up his airbrush work, and he got just so well versed in it.
I appreciate what you're saying there too, and I think I like David's comment there, where he's like, it fits the music perfectly because Cattle Decap has a pretty polished sound. Dave Otero, their producer and engineer, he does kind of create that very clean sound. So when I see the digital art, it kind of works well together. Like I couldn't imagine a Cattle Decap highly painted cover, although people have commented Death Atlas has a little bit more of that, but
Yeah.
in some ways, I don't think Death Atlas really was the right cover for that band. I mean, it's a great cover, but it doesn't.
I like that
fit.
album though. That's the first one that really kind of spoke to me. That album. I don't know what it is.
I never listened to Cattle Decap. I don't think it's really my cup of tea. Probably
you either love it or you hate it, man.
And I'm sure it's well done for what it is. They never caught my attention for whatever reason.
I gotta say, I don't mind the piece. I think it's modern, and the band it perfectly matches what the band is doing stylistically. If I was laying this cover out, I wouldn't have had the cattle decapitation that big touching the focal point of I would have made it up in the corner a bit more. And I might have toyed with putting Monolith of Inhumanity in the left-hand corner. So it'd be like that diagonal.
Yeah.
I would have tried that. I mean, I don't mind the Monolith of Inhumanity across the bottom, but it bugs me that it's touching his knee. And it seems like it would have been better use of space to put it all over to the left and shrink the cattle decapitation logo more into the upper right corner instead of dripping down. That I don't know why that bugs me, but it bugs me. If I was laying this out, I wouldn't have done that.
I agree. The cattle decapitation logo is probably a little bit more prominent than it needs to be. It doesn't need to be. It does add a little sense of depth with the figure being covering part of it. But what really throws me off is the fact that they capitalized of. Like, that doesn't even capitalize. The O.
That is freaking stupid.
And that's just a stupid typesetting nitpick. But I mean, I'm not the one laying it out. I don't. Can we put this out? Relapse or something or Metal Blade?
Metal Blade, I think.
Metal Blade, I think. Yeah,
probably Metal Blade.
But I think the cover artwork perfectly emulates what the band is. It's a very modern cover for a very modern sounding band, and it's a perfect union.
Yeah, fittingness is important. Sure, fittingness. When you work with artists, it shouldn't matter.
In my opinion of the artwork is that my personal taste. It isn't, but I think it works great. It's a striking image. I would have tinkered with the placement of the logos and the text, but that's me. Just me.
I like how we're getting more critical as we go. This is great.
I've had a few drinks. I've had a few drinks. I have no problem saying what I think. Trust me. All right.
What do you think about this one, Marty?
Well, I put this out, so I picked it. I think this is a striking image. It kind of bugs me that the logo isn't on the cover. It could have been up. This is Nemeris. For those of you who don't know, this is members of Woden's Throne. This is their debut EP, very Woden's Throne-esque, epic black metal-ish, post-black metal-ish. I don't know. It's black metal, kind of a Woden's Throne vibe. I just like, again, I'm a fan of the stippling. I just am. I'm a fan of the black and white. I've been getting into color more as I've gotten older, but I just think I like how the branches are all going. It's circular motion going up. That's why a logo at the top would have been great. It's all leading up to that focal point at the top of the cover where a logo, and their logo is very spiny. So it would have worked perfectly sitting up at the top, but they didn't want that. So you got to go with what they want. I just think the detail in it's cool. It's, what is it? There's mushrooms, a face rotting in the, turning into roots. Is it a body? What is it? I don't know, but it's cool. I've always liked this piece. I thought it was sitting on a record shelf. It's a very striking image. I just wish the logo was on it. It was on the hype sticker. So what are you going to do? This was done by, I wrote it down.
I have it on the slide deck. Unless I'm wrong.
Abyssic art.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece. The immediate gut reaction I get from it is that it's has a folksy kind of feel to it.
They got a kind of a pagany vibe to them. English, they're an English band.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. I almost feel like I'm looking at a storybook. It's like a storybook illustration. And I agree. I mean, it could work with or without the logo. I think like compositionally it's fine without it, but if there was a logo on it, it wouldn't hurt the art.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It wouldn't get in the way. But I also like there's sort of an overarching like gray tone to the entire piece. There's not like a lot of heavy black in it.
Yep.
So it kind of gives us sort of like this whimsy, like slight whimsical feel to it. Stippling is time consuming, so kudos to the artist for taking the time to
madness.
Stipple the hell out of it.
Kind of a grit to it too.
Yeah,
it's almost like there's a lot of teeth on the paper. So teeth is just kind of like a highly textured paper. If you were to draw a straight line over it, it would show like little indentions and stuff. It almost kind of looks like that to me.
Yeah,
just cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece. Composition is strong. Yeah, it's good.
Right on. All right, next one.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna butcher this dude's name. The Polish artist. He's done stuff for like Ghost and Portal and
Imperial Triumphant. Cards.
That name isn't real. I'm just saying. Let's just throw a bunch of random consonants together and then maybe a couple vowels, and it's it's worse than Finnish. I'm just saying that.
And all of a sudden, the stream was blocked in Poland from a
love to all my Polish brothers, but that's insanity.
Yeah,
makes no sense.
Lantern is another band, really good band that he's done some work for. He's done a slew of stuff. I even saw some stuff he did for Slayer that didn't get published because I guess it was too extreme, and it was. I mean, it was like on that borderline of like, wow, that you might get canceled if you wear that. But I'm gonna give this a shot. Zbigniew Bielek. I hope I didn't slaughter his name.
Sounded good to me.
I like his work. He's I think an architect by trade. I think most people probably know that by now. I really like this illustration in particular by him. I like all of his work, but this one I found interesting for a couple of reasons. Mainly, I think the first thing is just the packaging on the LP. I believe this is a double LP, Lawless Darkness, and it's cool because it's got a die cut where that opening is, and there's actually like a secondary album cover beneath it that has a full-on illustration too. So there's this sort of a good utilization of the art / packaging, which I think, this is Watain, so it's a bigger band. They probably have more of a budget. The record label's willing to put more money into the packaging, but I would like to put out there that if bands, like if you do have a budget, your record labels can be generous with you. Like if you have an opportunity to do like a foil stamp, like with the Verathron you were sharing earlier, Alan had the foil. It wasn't like a standard silver or gold foil stamp. They went with like the orangey leaning gold, like a copper kind of foil stamp, which you don't see as common. But you can get foil stamps of like blue, purple, green, whatever. And if you can afford that, in this case, they went for a die cut, which is pretty awesome. And the packaging overall is really elaborate. It's got like all these individual illustrations inside of a book. It's really well done. But Bielek, if you want to hit the next slide for me, Bielek, I'll just show his composition. That's sort of like just pulling out like the main storyline here. It's a memento mori kind of approach, subject matter on this, and he's utilized a rule of 3 here with the 3 characters. And what's cool is that there's sort of like this cylindrical way that the characters are kind of like, if you follow the path of their eyes, they're kind of forming the circle, like the way it's designed. It's moving your eye around the centerpiece there. But if you hit the next slide for me, Alan or Marty. Again, going back to that very basic circle inside square, you can't go wrong. Compositionally, it's symmetrical, it's sound. And hit the next slide. Okay, so this is what I find really intelligent about this piece. Bilac has like a really strong sense of detail, which is cool. Like he can really wow you with his ink work. But I think right here you see how smart he is in terms of like composition. So he's got this hourglass at the top, which is it's to weigh it down. He has like almost like a Greek lyre, like the Greek harp, with a skull embedded in it to kind of help move your eyes straight down the middle of that canvas area, which is cool. So he's got like something to kind of top it off, and also something to kind of base it on, base to kind of carry the weight of the art. He also has like a slight architectural element, like a pedestal of sorts that he's used to sort of anchors is the word I'm looking for, to help anchor the artwork. But if you look at the direction, like the skeleton on the bottom right, his eye is his facial expression. Even though you don't see the face, it's inferred by the bird's eye perspective that he's actually looking up at the character in this corner, who in turn is looking away, and the other character is looking in the opposite direction. So if you look at the direction of all these arrows I have on here, you're getting the X composition again. So you've got the center point, then you got this X composition where all these elements are moving your eye in that direction, whether it's a femur bone, or if it's a staff, or if it's the character's gaze, the direction that they're looking in, the trumpet. It's all pointing your eye in the X composition. So your eye just goes all the way across this whole piece. Very, very smart, very intelligent graphic design choices, architecture choices. So if you hit the next slide for me.
Got it.
This is the other thing I thought was kind of cool, is that Bilac utilized the Watane iconography and mixed it into the illustration in sort of in a pretty subtle way. And again, rule of 3, which is cool. There's 3 characters, 3 elements here. So you see some repetition, visual repetition in that regard, with the way the symbols are used and the number of characters and so forth. And then I think the next slide, maybe, I can't remember if that was it or not. I think, yeah, that was all I had to say about that. I just think it's really intelligent, the choices that he made on this piece, and it's the thematic is great, and the overall packaging of the release is pretty phenomenal.
All right.
On the Camelot.
To Camelot. No Monty Python tonight. To the silly place. But yeah, for this one, we've got Camelot's Black Halo. A lot of things I've always liked about this cover. It fits the band quite well, but this one stands out for reasons. I mean, obviously, there's the focus is kind of on the face, where it's partially submerged. Yeah, and once again, there's that question of, is she alive or dead? Is she just floating
alive,
there, kind of probably, but at the same time, is she? It's a very still piece. There's not much motion or anything here, so
her makeup's too good to be dead.
Well, she may not have been. She obviously hasn't been dead very long. If something has happened, but and part of it is the unusual border with the thorns arcing around just one side of it. The thorns definitely give you a sense of disquiet. That's you typically associate that with something bad occurring. She's not surrounded by flowers or roses or ponies or free hugs, as North was talking about. Thorns, obviously, bring, there could be, a sense of, misdeed here. There's also the coloration of the face in the water, the side of her face that's in the water, right below the waterline. You get, a little bit of that sickly greenish color, which of course could just be the light being refracted as it goes through the water. it could be showing that the part of the body submerged is, it is starting to discolor. There's weird coloration around the eyes too, that she's got, that red hints around the eyes, which would be an interesting makeup choice. But was she crying? Is she been awake too long? Or is something wrong with her? She's been, is something wrong around the eyes? Medically, all these things just kind of, leave me wondering, what is the state of this person? I'm not sure. One thing I like about this picture too, again, just in terms of the kind of association it makes for me, and Marty, if you can jump me out and blow me up here. There. It kind of reminds me of like a sort of a more modern Gothic-y take on the painting Ophelia on the Lie, where you've got this is probably my favorite quote unquote classical painting of all time. Not that I'm well versed in such things, but once again, you've got the partially submerged female figure, that has the very, if you're just looking at it and don't know the story, it's like she looks very peaceful and serene. She could just be floating there. She could be asleep. But why is she floating around and the very and fully clothed? That's not right. Now, of course, this being taken from the Hamlet, this is Ophelia after she has killed herself. But and again here though it's very peaceful. Everything around her is soft, and flowers and stuff, and part of that's kind of the impressionist style I guess they're doing, which again is very different on the Camelot picture where. Again, there's this sense of danger or something nefarious with the thorn imagery and the darker color palette all around her. So it's always struck me as a really cool image. Any other thoughts on it? What do folks think?
All I gotta say to both images is how you doing.
Remind me never to take you to the gallery, Marty.
Don't take me to the bar before going to the gallery. That's all I gotta say. All right.
I just love this album, man. The March of Mephisto, that first track, man. I remember having that on my iPod video, just listening to that and watching that cheesy video while playing Halo in high school. It's a nostalgic album for me. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. And that's got the Dimmu Borgir Shagrath guy.
Yeah, Shagrath.
Man,
the guest harsh vocals on that one. Yep.
Camelot's and I mean no offense, it's like a guilty pleasure band.
The new album rules. The new album is really good.
Really good. It's so good.
Dude, I've got a lot of guilty pleasures that I have no problem sharing with the world. I don't care.
No, I get what you mean though, Lee, about the music. Yes, it does. It can be viewed that way for sure.
Oh, I love it though. But,
I don't think I own any Camelot personally.
I don't think it's your thing, man.
This and I do like some power metal. I'm assuming that's what this is. I don't.
Yeah.
I know they've been around a long time, but
fronted by David Copperfield.
This album cover doesn't do a ton for me. I feel like it's like a basic kind of gothic metal album cover I would see in the early 2000s. It's not bad compositionally or anything like that. It just looks a little bit like Photoshop collage-y to me, but not poorly done. It's got good structure and bones to it. But then there's this burlap in it. You get a really sharp, crisp crown of thorns in the foreground with a little bit of blur, Gaussian blur around the edges to give it some drama. But then you've got this it almost looks like too soft of a burlap. The texture in the background doesn't feel rich enough or sharp enough for my taste. And the thing that really bothers me most about this piece is the dude's signature is right at the bottom, really big. Dodge. It's is that the name of the album? Dodge? I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I don't sign my work because I feel like my signature gets in the way of the art. It ruins the art. I don't want my name on it. And I feel in this case, I'm all about if an artist wants to put their stamp on their stuff, but this is that's too big. In my opinion, for an album cover, I would not do that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put it there.
You should have put it above the Camelot logo.
I'm not going to be a total dick. I'm just saying, like, I
No,
don't
no,
think,
that's
like,
fair.
if I was a label, I would have suggested, like, because it looks like it's digitally created. I would have suggested making it smaller, putting it in a corner or something, because I feel like
I would have moved it, put it in the corner, or deleted it. To be
Yeah,
honest, if it was if I paid for the artwork, yeah, I wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, I'm not going to be a total dick, but I feel like this is a case where the artist's signature is in the way, you know.
No, that's very fair.
All right, we ready to move on?
I think so.
Hot, not dead chicks. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'm up. All right. Yes, I know some people don't like this album.
This album is the most boring piece of crap I ever put out.
All right. But dude, how iconic is this cover?
It's cool.
And it's like such a mood setter. And what I love too is like sometimes with like stoner doom type bands that they kind of go overboard. You know, it's like too much hippie shit, like just too loud. It's more minimalist in this case. And I also love how like dark the figures are in contrast with like the pretty light tones. Perfectly works with like the simple logo. If you go to the next, I'm trying to keep it, tight just for the sake of time. If you go to the next slide,
sorry. Shit.
So you get the full scape too, and like Arik Roper, he's a big influence on me as well. And he definitely pulls from Roger Dean, who's one of my heroes. So just the amount of space, negative space here. You just want to walk into that world. So, yeah, I mean, if you like stoner doom, I mean, this is a classic cover, and for good reason. And if it's meme worthy, that means it's iconic. So I think it's doing something right. So always love this cover.
I have to say, I've never heard this band, never heard this album, but I know that album cover. I've seen it. It's one of those album covers that sticks with you. It's like you just described, it's iconic.
Yeah.
I know nothing. I don't really listen to too much stoner doom at all, but this album cover, I'm very, very familiar with it. Seen it all over the place. It's memorable, which is a sign of great art.
Yeah, exactly.
I really like the album cover. Going back to I know there's a little bit of green in the Jawa here guy, his cloak, but I think the green logo is distracting. I would have made it the lighter color of tan of the soil. It probably wouldn't have been the right thing to do, but it would have looked good to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be a complementary color right there. Orange. Yeah.
The like an orange color in the logo. I mean, all these they put their damn logo up there, and
this is a thing. This is
distracting.
Well, going back to the art makes a statement, but bands and labels need to think about graphic design too. And that's talking about logo placement, typography placement, how you set the type. There's a lot of stuff I've gotten where the album cover is absolutely stunning, and then I look at the layout, I'm like, they've ruined it. You know what I mean? It's not a complete package. It looks incomplete or inconsistent. And so there's a lot of value, even just in the way things are laid out too, and how it's presented as a whole, not just the cover. You know what I mean? There's more that matters to the full experience than just the artwork on the front.
Right on. All right. It's a killer piece though. Killer piece, boring ass album. Sorry. Oh. I've been writing for stuff for a while, and I got the promo from London Records when this album was called Jerusalem. I still have it, the promo for it, and it's just like, wow, the same riff forever. Anyway. Oh, hey, it's me.
2024 too.
2024. This album isn't even out yet. And I got to say, I look at this album cover and I want to listen to this album straight up. I love the colors in it. I don't know, man. Obviously it's a black hole. The ships, the sci-fi element to it is killer. God, what a killer ass cover. I don't know. I like the way the logo sits with the cover. It actually is part of the piece. It doesn't look like it was tagged on in green or whatever. It's like, it's a striking piece that makes me want to listen to the album. I have nothing more to say about it. I mean, obviously it's a giant black hole in the center of the painting of the image, but I love the motion, and you can see like the building up and tearing down of atoms and the explosions or whatever the hell it is, and engulfing the ships. I think it's killer piece.
It's very dramatic. Looks like a movie poster or something like that.
Yeah, it'd be a movie I'd go see.
It's cool. It's very well done.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of a lot of like Warhammer 40K artwork with the gigantic ships, but set against an even larger, gigantic sort of background universe.
Yep.
I feel like if you zoomed in, there'd be like just an insane amount of detail that you can't even see at this level, which is cool. Like just like little blips of lights and stuff, kind of like a skyline. It's kind of like that, but in outer space. So cool.
I'm bummed. I reached out to the label to get a promo of this so I could do a review for it for Metallurgy, and they put me on the list, but it's a stream only promo. I can't pull clips from it to put on the damn. I'm bummed. Anyway,
here's the label. Is it Dying Victims?
Rock of Angels Records, Art Roar Records, or Rock of Angels Records.
Okay.
They're putting out the new Gravedigger, and which is also stream only. This is like, come on, man, get with the program. Anyway, it's a decent album. There's some problems with the drum stuff, but we'll get into that when I get to a review. But the cover is A++. I love it. Love it. Love it. I think it's great.
Very cool.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So this is an illustration. I'll try to be brief because I know it's getting kind of late. We've been on here for a while. This is a split release between Czech band Plague Patrol, freaking amazing death metal. If you like Pestilence, you'll like them. Sewer Fiend, also very good UK band. I very much enjoyed their demo tape when it came out. One of them, I'm not sure how many they have now, but it's a really good split musically. But art-wise, this is Lucas Court. He goes by Shubath Kinetics. Lee, you and I, we both know Lucas. We were streaming together a couple weeks ago.
Frequent collaborator.
Yeah.
On the channel. Yeah.
He's an enormous pen and ink illustrator, but also a great painter too. But if you want to hit the next slide for me, I'll just do like a quick breakdown of this one. And you can go to the next one too. That's just a sort of a just to kind of give a sense of like what's happening here. Strong use of diagonal composition on this piece. There's a sense of flow. I think the overarching theme of this illustration is the tone of setting the tone that there's a struggle taking place, that the characters involved in this illustration have reached a point of no return, and they just have to succumb to what's happening to them. So I think Lucas has done a great job sort of emphasizing that sort of that feeling in the work. There's also if you go back one or two to the original cover, what I think is nice too is his use of the black fill in the background to again create that sort of X composition, because if you look at the creatures that are moving up this way, but then that black is coming down the God damn it. I can't do this in reverse. Coming down the opposite direction, and he's used the black to kind of help frame the artwork, so to speak. I think it helps kind of build the contrast of the piece in general. But if you can go back to the I think up a couple slides, and then the next one. Yeah, so I just wanted to point out what's really amazing about this piece is Lucas's attention to detail.
Oh yeah, wow! Look at the eyes, very
Yeah.
cool.
So in general, the piece looks like a total chaos unraveling. So it almost looks like nonsensical in a way, but what he's done is to keep it visually harmonious. He's used a lot of repetition in terms of the textures in his piece and the elements of his piece. Like you got a lot of crustacean stuff. You've got some weird, like, it looks like you reference like underwater sea creatures and sea life in this piece quite a bit. Like even if you look at the teeth are very humanoid at first, but then they turn almost like shark-like in a way. But there's a lot of repetition of these elements throughout the entire piece to kind of help tie it all together. But it's musically, it's a freaking phenomenal split release. But artistically, it's one of my favorite pieces by Lucas. Definitely an artist worth checking out. Amazing, incredible ink work.
Yeah, I got an original Lucas piece
right
there.
Man, I need to get one too.
Yeah, dude.
Show it again. Where?
It's this one right here. It's for Void Serum. I guess it's kind of clear. Let me go grab it. It'll just take me a second. But let me just speak about Lucas real quick. So, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but like Lucas is like one of the key figures in heavy art talk. He's going to be on panels more and more frequently. Him and I just see eye to eye, and we just get along really well. Good dynamic. So you'll see him a lot on the channel. Just a really good artist, but then also like a very good voice for the scene. Like he looks out for everybody, and I really love that about him. And I'm telling you, me and Mark and him, we had like a private conversation. He showed some of his paintings that he can't show to the public. I'm telling you, Lucas is going to take it to the next level.
Yeah,
like I'm hyping this guy because the quality of the shit he did this year that he can't show anybody yet is unreal. So always going to champion him. He's a great dude.
Yeah, another thing about Lucas too. If you can go ahead and grab that, Lee. If you
All right, I'll have to unplug.
Oh, okay, no problem. Oh, I just want to point out that he's also an artist who knows how to speak about art, and not only art in general, but his own work. He was an instructor for a while, but he's an artist who has not just a voice for others in the scene, but himself too as an artist, being able to speak to his own work. He's very articulate.
Wow, that's really sick.
Yeah, this is a Void Ceremony T-shirt illustration.
Wow.
And I love collecting original art. You know, it's something I want to chip away at over the course of my life. But you can see even like, like the different ink kind of splotches and stuff. The stuff that like for me like gets me excited because it's like I can see the humanity in it because I create it. So
that's something you could scan in and make black, solid black with Photoshop or whatever.
Exactly. And I like to see even like, okay, so you did white out here. All right. You're human too. There's like an element of that,
Yeah, to be able to see when you see it in print, you get like a rich black. If you see an original, it's you can see the splotches and the imperfections, and not everything's truly black. There's some grays, or there's some parts that were missed. You get that human element when you look at an original.
I'm gonna grab the Ian Miller original too while I'm at it. I'll be very quick about it.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see that up close too.
Oh, we're having a good time. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Having a great time. Great guests. Thank you so much, Lee and Mark. So much fun.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for putting up with us nerding out.
No, it's all good.
Oh no, it's great.
Oh, first of all,
I'll break these down.
My wife hates this piece, which is kind of funny. She calls it the fat clown, but I love it. So the level of just detail on this thing is unreal.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually a really thin paper. He made this in 2004. I think it was just like a spot illustration for something. This black is so solid. I hit up Daniel. Him and I were exchanging emails because I was like, hey, I'm getting Ian Miller. You want a high-res scan? So we were trying to figure out everything. Like this right here, this raised part, I think he used some white gouache and then really diluted it. Because like when I put my finger on it, I could feel like a little bit of the paper warping just slightly. Anyways, I'm nerding out too much, but this is like my prized possession at the moment. So thank you for putting up with it.
Right on.
Very cool.
Ian Miller original.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one like we were talking earlier. You look at it, you see the big picture, and as you keep looking closer and closer, it's like, you keep seeing there's more and more detail there. It's really nice.
All right, what do we got next? Yeah.
Yep. I definitely want to include one of Sulfur Eons. All their albums have had really nice, Cthulhu-inspired artwork. This one's particularly striking. But tons of bands like to sing about Lovecraft and have, Lovecrafty beasts on their covers. A lot of times they don't really quite work for me. And part of it is there's two big parts. A lot of times it's the sense of scale seems wrong. They just draw something big, but some of these Lovecraft beings are supposed to be way more than just big. And a lot of times they look, way to either anthropoid or, they're based too much around an octopus or some other animal. The creatures shown here, first, they got the scale very good because at the bottom they have the water line. So you can see
which is killer. The way that it's so cool that I don't know, man. It's like the fire, the Mortuous albums with the the flame, the heat. You can see. I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. It obscures it, very nicely, but it also makes the point that this thing extends well below the surface of the water. But then it's also reaching up and just seems to literally be disappearing into the sky above it. So you really get the sense that even if this is just a CD you're looking at, it's like this thing is beyond huge. And the anatomy that they're giving it with the tentacles just kind of branching and rebranching towards the top. This doesn't look like just a big mass of octopus or squid tentacles. It's like, this doesn't look like anything that should exist on our plane of reality. The color kind of adds to that otherworldly sensation too. The sky is not really meant to be that color right above the tentacles. The flesh, of the thing, has, a really weird, play of different hues that, again, just, it doesn't look, animal at all. So I think, they've always done a nice job with their album art of, picking things that really do capture the spirit of, Lovecraft's mythos really nicely.
One thing I wanted to point out here, going back to sort of like that weird sensation you might get from looking at a painting. I think I have this on cassette. It came nicely packaged in a foil stamped slipcase,
Cool.
if I remember correctly. But what's striking to me about this album art is the tone that's set. If you look at the colors used, they're very muted. There's nothing super saturated except until you get to the top, like where the sort of space opens up. The outer space element opens up.
Oh my God! It's so that painting comes alive.
Yeah.
As soon as it, yeah. Go ahead.
Because you have the high contrast, you have the dark tentacle against the bright white light in the background, so there's a high point of contrast. But what's happening here is, if you ever see like when a really bad thunderstorm is on its way, or a tornado, and the sky turns that green color,
yeah,
this is very much that same palette where it's very muted, a lot of grays, no real true black, and no true white. Everything's very grayed out and like muted, and so it's not only giving you this intimidating you with its sense of scale, like what you suggested, Alan, with the creature. You can see it under the water, and you can see all the sea creatures beneath that are much smaller in scale. But you're also getting this color that gives you a sense of dread, like when a bad storm is about to hit.
Oh yeah.
And so I just love that. That's the storytelling just with color alone. That's minus the imagery we're looking at. Just if you just take a portion of the sky and look at that sky, the storm's about to hit, and it's a bad one. It's going to be a bad one. So I love that. I think that's really it's playing a role in how we experience this art. It's amazing. It's an amazing piece.
It's a really, really good. Like I said, the upper half of this painting is, it's all great, but I love the colors and the swirling of I don't know. It's very, very impactful. A lot of motion, a lot of things happening in this thing. It's very good.
And you usually don't see a painting like this where usually you just see the top of the water and it comes into the foreground. You don't see, this is unusual because we're almost looking at it as if we're looking into an aquarium tank,
right?
Where you see the side of the water, which I think is it actually adds a lot of impact, and it's not straight. I love that it's not a straight line. It's at a slight angle, just like the angle you're seeing, and when the space opens up, it's kind of echoing that angle. So it's just really, really good thinking on how it's laid out.
All right. Anything else? Going ahead.
Mark killed it.
Oh, there we go. There's a whole piece.
Just a full, yeah.
Very cool.
All right, keeping it aquatic, we have Mastodon with Leviathan, and this is just a cropped version of the full artwork. This was done by Paul Romano, so you can see the full here. I actually really like that they have it cropped just for the cover, but this is a huge painting. Let me look at my notes here. It's a 52 by 52 inch oil painting.
Oh, yikes.
Obviously inspired by Moby Dick, but what Paul did was he took that and he took it a little bit further, and he brought in some Indian influences. So specifically on the sperm whale here, that's a Vishnu crown of cobras. It's like an ornate kind of style. So like there's like an art movement. I don't know the exact word for it, but it's basically like taking wildlife imagery, but then adding ornate elements to it. I'm always drawn to that stuff because you can apply imagination to something that, is founded in realism. So I just love this painting. It's iconic, fits the artwork perfectly. I love that it's this giant, massive piece as well. And all those illustrations in the massive one, if you don't mind going to the next slide,
Sure.
Those make up the booklet and like the CD and the vinyl. So a ton of love went into this cover, and Paul Romano's. He's not an artist that you see a lot of nowadays, but I feel like he's just got an exceptional style, and really love this piece.
The colors are very reminiscent of the one piece with the eye void hanger cover you're sharing.
I'm telling you, the red, purple, blue, man. I just keep coming back to it.
But this is, I mean, look at this. This is just when you look at it as a whole, right? Even though the technical prowess is just unbelievable, graphic design wise, it's great graphic design. And there's actually a graphic design element with some of the embellishments, the gold, like the frame and the circular embellishments in the center. Yeah. I don't know if that's like a separate screen hit.
No, it's all the same painting, man.
Okay.
He just repeated that pattern.
Yeah, it's like like almost like there's some textile elements and ethnic elements being incorporated, that it's not just painting. It's not just a painting, it's textiles. You know what I mean? I'm seeing patterns and borrowing from different cultures and as well, looking at some of the characters in here. But the way they're all pointing toward the whale in the middle it's great composition.
Yeah, you have the Japanese Hakusai wave on the right there. Look at my notes here. There's like some harpoon wielding Indonesian puppets in the corner. So it definitely draws from like different Asian styles. And I was reading an interview. Paul was basically trying to make the whale a god. That's why he brings in like the Vishnu and kind of like the Hindu imagery as well. So he's trying to raise it as like a deity.
Well, you got the halo around it too, which is typical like Christian art. Jesus always had that white thing around his head.
Yeah, the illumination. Yeah, the illuminated halo.
And of course, I gotta represent Atlanta. Mastodon's the biggest heavy metal band out of Atlanta, and I take pride in that. I've met Braun once. I was wearing if you guys have ever seen Bob's Burgers, I was dressed up as Tina at a convention, and I ran into Braun, and that was the picture I took with him. So that's my memory.
I never got into Mastodon. They never appealed to me whatsoever.
I prefer Braun's work on Today's a Day, In the Eyes of God. Crushes on that record.
Mastodon's not the band for me either, but their artwork is always, pretty.
Oh, that artwork amazing. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Oops. I know this band.
Yeah, Nate Burns. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nate Burns. Friend of mine. He also is a tattoo artist at American Crow Tattoo in Columbus, Ohio. He's done all of the Glorious Dead art. I will show this one as well because I did not send a picture of this. Boom. Our 7-inch.
Nice.
He's got a bit of a comic book way of drawing skulls, but man, he's gotten just grown so much over the years, and I love the perspective on this one. The hallway, the way the wall shooting down the hallway, it forces your eye down there. The Reaper isn't your typical Reaper. It's a Reaper that looks like he's being weighed down by the burden of his job. He's holding himself, steadying himself on the wall as he moves forward down the hallway. I love little things like the sunlight coming through, and the shadow of his sai in the shadow on the floor. Little things like that, and we wanted it to be like a continuation of this. He moves from the throne room and down the hallway, and our next album, it's the Reaper again, showing some. He's not all bone. He's actually emaciated flesh, and it looks like he's been worn down by an eternity of his job. I really like this one here. We wanted the hallway he was walking down, like the ruins of the place he just came from in ruin. And he really nailed it on here. We gave him some ideas and he came back with a sketch. It's like, holy crap. And I want to blow this up real quick because I have a couple of the originals here.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Sick, man.
This is like his line work is. There's no fuck ups on this. This is the actual piece. And there's like, it isn't blotchy. It's really I wish it was a clear. Though this line work is really good.
Very tight.
Very tight. And this one here,
Small too.
yeah, he sketched this out in red first.
Oh yeah, okay. Cool.
And then put the black over the top of it, pen and inked over the top of it. It's funny, the walls weren't sketched. It was just the more intricate, different. Like he started with these pieces first in red, and then the black he just did kind of freehand, if I remember right. No, there's some red in that too. But yeah, anyway, it was easy. I could just scan this and select the red and minus it out of the picture. So it wasn't a big deal, but he's a fantastic artist and he's a good dude. And
what is his handle on social media? I can't remember.
Revolting Worship.
That's right. Okay.
Yep, he's on Instagram. Check him out for sure.
Yeah,
but he's a great artist. I don't know how much album artwork he's doing, if any. He's mainly just doing tattoo stuff, as far as I know.
I'll see him post some random illustrations on occasion. I actually prefer looking at his illustrations. I think it's just like singletary one-off. Like they almost look like a filler art or something. They're really good. Actually, I like his style.
And I designed the logo. I drew the logo.
Did you really?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
When this is all said and done, I'll show you some of my art from high school, and which you can all get a chuckle out of. But
yeah, it's probably a bunch of D cups.
Yeah, right on. Ken's got nothing on me for sure, but right on. Nate Burns, Revolting Worship, American Crow Tattoo. Check him out. Glorious Dead. He's done all of our stuff. Yeah. Next, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. So this is same artist who did the Majesty's album cover that Marty was showing earlier. This is Juanjo Castellano. He's from Madrid, Spain. He's done a ton of stuff. A lot of bands. I'm trying to think of laundry list like Revel in Flesh. I think Carnation. I wrote some down. Paganizer, Black Dahlia Murder, Obscure Infinity, Gates of Ishtar, Verathron. He's done just a laundry list of covers. Mostly color is his wheelhouse. He's kind of reminds me a lot of like I guess like a Dan Seagrave and I don't know, sort of a lot of Dan Seagrave influence. I can't think of the other artists that came to mind when I was
the guy who did the early Blind Guardian covers reminds me a little bit too.
Oh, is it
like Tales of Other Time? That particular cover. I can't place it. Maybe somebody in the chat will know, but I see some similarities there too.
Same dude who did the Immolation cover. Am I correct? Andreas Marshall. Did I have that right?
Yes,
Marshall.
Marshall. Yeah. I see a little bit of that too.
Okay. But anyway, this piece is kind of unique. It's black and white. He's done a couple black and white pieces, and he does do some pen and ink work too for like merchandise and whatnot. But this one I've always favored when looking at the body of Juanjo's work. This one is actually highly complex in terms of its his thinking and the composition of it. It's if you hit the next one for me, I've kind of singled out the main storyline, right? So it's again triangle composition, but then he's got this nice. It's almost like the hourglass composition or the X composition, but it's actually got this nice curve going here with the scythe. It kind of creates that curve element, and also way it's kind of framed in by the background elements. He's got some burnt trees and then some living trees on one side. If you hit the next slide for me, that's again silhouetting out how complex the storyline is. So there's multiple characters that take place in here. All the other elements are just supporting the art, helping kind of frame it in. And he's got a lot of repetition in the original piece. Like he's got a lot of skull piles, a lot of texture in terms of like cobblestone, tree bark, stonework in terms of like the obelisk that the main character, the main Reaper, is resting on. If you hit the next slide for me. What I love about Juanjo's approach here is that he's created this dynamic where the characters are actually, it's kind of like the Watain piece, but Bilek that I referenced, where the gaze of the characters, it moves your eye in the direction that he wants you to go in. So again, the characters in the foreground are kind of pointing your eye to the characters in the middle ground, in turn pointing your eye to the main character, which is the Reaper, the Angel of Death here in the centerpiece. It's also, is there another slide after this? I can't remember if I had another one. No,
Nope.
I apologize. Sorry for the sneak peek there. I couldn't remember.
Peekaboo.
There's other subtleties in here in this cover. Like there's if you go back to the very first slide with the actual artwork, there's if you look at the right facing side, there's the forest, but it's actually kind of like a burnt forest. But there's this one tree that's fallen to an angle, and again that angle is pushing your eye right up into the face of this character. So it helps kind of move your eye in sort of like this curve, like not quite an S curve, almost like a backward C curve, which is a great approach. I feel like there's a lot of repetition of that curve in this entirety of this piece.
Oh yeah.
It's also reflected in the curve of the side, so he's got some visual harmony there. It's just really, really complex, really well thought out. The only thing that kind of bums me out is the Nomenon logo is
Too big.
Yeah, it's like I wish they would have.
It's like the cattle decapitation thing again.
Yeah, it's kind of a little too invasive in terms of how it detracts from the art. I feel like it would have been better without a logo, or maybe the logo is smaller in the corner.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, this piece is it's not just the composition and the placement of things that work really well on this. It's also just his illustration style is very unique. It's very much like it's very similar to his painting style, and the intricacy. And you can look at this, and there's a lot of there's just so much detail to digest. But the placement of everything is extremely well thought out, and just the how nasty and gnarly his characters are illustrated is just so fucking evil. I love this piece by him. One of my favorites.
This would be a good discussion for Heavy Art Talk. How bad logo placement fucks up the quality of a otherwise great artwork piece.
That'd be good to show examples of what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, exactly. From the artist's mouth. How not to fuck up our shit.
Let's do it, Mark. I think readability in black and white is exceptional here. That can be a difficult thing sometimes.
Yeah.
I think he did an excellent job of just every figure is highly readable. You don't have to you don't have to look at a long time to decipher it.
Well, even just look at the faces that the heads that are these decapitated heads that the corpses are hauling off as offerings to the Angel of Death. It's again a diagonal. Just points your eye, like one head is pointing you in the direction of the other head, and also there's like this rope coming off of the character on the bottom right that's sort of emphasizing again that circular, that curvature, which is just such smart thinking. The repetition and visual harmony in this is just beautifully done. It's really well thought out. He does I think Juanjo's background was in dinosaur painting. He did dinosaur for like books and murals and stuff like that.
So let me ask you this. How much of this, the composition, you got a lot of curves in this thing, yourselves as artists, how much pre-planning do you guys do, or you just wing it? You just start drawing and kind of see where the piece takes you, like, oh, I could go this way with this, or okay, this is turning out to be this way, or do you actually plan, okay, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and I'm going to draw out an actual trajectory of the composition before I start?
For me, like when I take in a job, I want to know what is the story? What are you trying to show? Like, what do you want to tell? What's the subject matter? Tell me the subject matter. And then once I have the subject matter, then I just build around it. And when I say build around it, it's building it into somehow a composition that is structurally sound. Like in this one, Juanjo's used the diagonal composition tactics. He's used the curve composition elements. He's used the triangle composition to really point your eye to that Angel of Death. He's also utilized like when you look at Z eye flow, when you look at something, your eye moves down a page like in the shape of a letter Z. He's utilized some of that in this piece, and it just reads really well. These characters are forcing your eye in a particular direction, and it's reinforced by that broken pathway. It's reinforced by the trees in the background. Everything is pointing to one thing. It's all the arrows, all the hypothetical invisible arrows in this are pointing you to that centerpiece, that angel of death.
Right.
And that's where the story is. That's what the band probably wanted, I'm assuming, or unless he came up with this on his own volition. But the idea is to build around it. You structure it. It's kind of like putting a puzzle together, and you can make it as simple or complex as you want. There's some go-to stuff that's super easy. Like I said, triangle. You could do this, the 3/4 square. You could do a circle, anything like that. It's super simple, generally symmetric design work, and then you can complicate it afterwards. You know what I mean? By adding little nuances, like a curve here, a curve there, visual harmony. I'll put a hook here. I'll put a hook there. I'll put a chain there. I'll put a chain here. It's just stuff like that. It's sort of that comes after.
Yeah.
Even like going back to the logo thing. I mean, there's even some curved lines in the Nomenon logo. They didn't have to. They didn't have to infringe upon the main focal point of the piece. They could have made it. They could have crammed it up in that top corner, corner, and it wouldn't have been a big deal.
No, it would work fine. And I mean, it's nice that the logo has curves in it. It kind of echoes the curves in the artwork.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lee. Go ahead.
Just saying, like, I think most artists have a forethought process and they're not winging it. There might be a winging part in the rendering, but the way they would explain their forethought would be very different. So like Mark's way of talking about all this stuff is not my way of talking about it, even though I'm still trying to achieve the same types of things he's saying. So when he's explaining it, I get it. But if I was to like try to write down what's in my head, it's different than how he explains it. Now, Mark's also much more experienced than me and has a lot more years on me. So there's that element too. But I definitely like calculate a lot of my decisions ahead of time, especially if I'm doing something in color. So I'll do color studies. You could do those in Procreate. I do them personally with a printout, and I do color pencil. But it just I think the forethought is always going to be there. It's just everyone's going to describe it a little bit differently.
Yeah, and everybody might approach it a little bit differently. To me, the way I guess I attack it is I look at it as graphic design. What's visually pleasing on a page? What's going to live in a space like a shirt versus like an album cover? I have to think about those things. And a lot of it is, you're right, Lee, some of it is just intuition because you do it enough times, you just know what the go-to stuff is.
It looks bad, Yeah,
you do. You're right. And it looks good. And you just go with what looks good.
Yeah. It's like music theory. If it sounds bad, it probably isn't in proper music theory. So, I mean, it's the same way with art. If it doesn't look right, you know when it's bad. All right. We ready to move on?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yep. This one, this was a EP from last year. Wolves in the Throne Room, Crypt of Ancestral Knowledge. Really like several things about this. Again, it's another one with a border. As I said at the start tonight, I can be a sucker for something having a cool border around it.
Unique border too.
It is a unique border. It's I like that at first glance it's very symmetrical, but when you look closer, there are some of the smaller elements to it, are not symmetric. So it has that kind of balanced but not perfectly balanced aesthetic that Mark's highlighted in the past. I really like the way it frames the central picture. The central picture, being the nature scene, is very not symmetric. There's it definitely isn't as balanced, but I like the color scheme to it, lighting. It has a very ghostly, kind of enchanted or ethereal appearance to it. I mean, this landscape looks like it will never, ever thaw out. It's, supposed to be preserved this way and exactly this way, forever. That, it's a very, again, still place. It's not dark or creepy or anything, though. It's, just this particular area frozen in time. So yeah, just really like the composition. The one like we've seen some examples earlier tonight. No logo anywhere on the cover, no title anywhere on the cover. They just leave the art piece alone, and at least on the CD packaging, they put the band logos on the back cover. So they kept it out of the way here completely.
I think this is a visually stunning piece.
Oh yeah.
So there's two things that I feel like are harmonious with this. I love that there's a juxtaposition between a photograph and an illustration, and that they chose to use both on the cover. I think that's a nice, really contrasted dynamic. I appreciate you noticing the asymmetry in this inside the symmetric frame. But what's happening here is you're seeing a tie-in, even though a photograph and an illustration are two very different media. The tie-in for me is one, there's a representation of natural elements. We're looking at a piece of nature here that is an ethereal ice cave of sorts. And then if you look at the frame illustration, we have natural elements in that. We have sky, we have thunder, we have a sun, stars, trees, path, or water. So there's a tie in there in terms of like a commonality between the photo and the artwork. The other commonality is the vertical structure of both. You know, there's enough weight on each side of that frame to flank that vertical photo, but it's like when you again looking at it from ground design, we're looking at a triptych, right? We're looking at in Middle Ages when they did the triptych pieces. You know, they have the main story right here in the front, and then the side panels. That's essentially what we're seeing here. So there's a repetition, visual harmony in terms of like the format and the layout being vertical. So it's beautifully done. This is such a visually stunning album cover.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you got to, at first glance, it looks like, you know, the border's the same, but there's a lot of similar elements, but they're like the crows or the ravens are different. And you got the galaxy on one side and the eclipse on the other. You know, it's interesting. It's an interesting piece. A lot to look at. It's very cool.
Yeah.
I like the color choices too on it.
Yeah, this was another one. I bought the physical copy. I mean, I like the music, but I already had the music, you know, that I'd gotten digitally. But I liked the image so much that I went ahead and bought a physical copy of it as well. So, you know, once again, if the art's good enough, it can definitely, you know, push sales for products.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome EP.
Yeah, and yeah, the music on it's fantastic. But yeah, it was one of those cases like, I'm happy playing the music, you know, on the iPod or on the hard drive, but I really want to see. I want to hold this and see it bigger than just staring at it on my screen.
Right.
All right, let's see what Lee's got next.
All right, Mammoth Grinder with Cosmic Crypt. This is done by Joe Patagno.
You could tell this is a cool piece.
Yeah. So I don't feel like Joe gets maybe as much recognition as he should. He's a very older guy as well. I think he's in his 70s. He was around in the 70s with like
all the Motorhead covers.
Exactly. He created Snaggletooth.
Yeah.
So he has a giant legacy behind him, and he's been doing a lot of stuff with like up and coming bands as of late. Like he did the Enforced album cover of last year.
He did some Angel Corpse covers too.
Yeah, so he's a legend. I particularly like this cover. You know, I mean, it's badass, right? We talked about color schemes. We talked about the way of dividing the composition, leading the eye to the right places. There's supporting details that aren't distracting too much attention. I mean, I could go on and on. Just really admire his contributions to the scene, both in like rock, like classic rock, like Led Zeppelin, Motorhead, etc. But then also he's still working with like, to that degree, kind of no-name bands, you know, that's kind of cool. In terms of the music of this one, honestly, it's not really my thing that much. I'm a drummer, so like that's like a big thing for me. I feel like the drums are kind of phoned in, and it's kind of punky HM2 stuff. It's like I'd rather just listen to Dismember. You know, I love their aesthetics though. I love their logo. Their logo rules, and this cover rules, but. And I wouldn't even say the album's bad. It's just, it's not my taste.
It's derivative. Yeah.
But yeah, sick aesthetics.
That's crazy. I almost didn't recognize it as a Patagno because it looks a little bit different from his. I do now when you're looking at it closely, for sure.
His skulls. He has his own way of doing skulls. You know, skeletons and stuff.
Yeah, and I also like the choice, whether that's a true metallic gold or a faux gold. I like the color choice on that logo too. doesn't detract from the. It looks very much more sophisticated than some other color would, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's a beautiful painting. It actually feels a little bit more elaborate and diverse than some other Pythagorean pieces I've seen. I like it. It's good.
All of a sudden, boom, there's that blue in the center.
Yeah.
You know, there's like
Mhm.
not really much of it in the whole piece other than
Green.
right there in the center, you know.
Yeah.
You got
I
a little
think-
green up at top, which helps, but
Yeah. And
It's good.
it doesn't look like Christmas either. He's got a lot of greens and reds, but it, doesn't,
right.
it still looks ominous.
More reds than
the
greens.
Conqueror, yeah. Awesome picture. I've never seen this one. Very
Irony.
cool.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, next. Oh yeah,
Same colors.
same color
Yeah.
scheme.
Mhm.
And I love this color scheme. And this band musically reminds me of Across. There's a little bit of hypocrisy in this.
Hmm.
But you know, their whole shtick is based on World War I, and this is the right color scheme for this piece. And I like the fact that the Reaper is emerging from a bomb blast or a fire, something that's happening in a trench to, you know, to claim the soldier that's dying. You know, World War I was well known for the sluice that would form at the bottom of these trenches, whether it was rainwater and mixed with blood and shit and everything else. I mean, you can smell the decay in the color scheme. You can smell the decay, and you can see a level of decomposition happening in these corpses that are laying here. And you know, the soldier reaching to the Reaper, it's almost like he's reaching for salvation, you know, to escape from his the plight that he's in. I don't know. This cover works for me. I think it's cool. I mean, I'm a sucker. I'll always be a sucker for the Reaper, man. I mean, it's like the most metal mascot there is the Reaper. I mean, who has been on more album covers than the fucking Reaper? He's been on two of mine, you know, and I'm just a nobody fat guy from Northern Michigan. So I just like this one. I like the colors that were used. I like the subject matter. It matches exactly what is on the album musically.
Yeah,
That's it.
It's a beautiful piece. It's well thought out too, compositionally. And if you look at a lot of the pieces we're observing or just kind of going over today, you see a lot of some consistency. You know, you look at this piece. There's a foreground, middle ground, background. There's a story being told.
Yeah.
There's a high contrast point, stuff like that. I think this is like a reasonable choice of logo and typography placement. It makes sense to me. It's not bad. It's a little bit weird, but it's not bad.
And I honestly, I don't even, you know, that's a good point. I don't even consider, after someone made the comment, then I look at the logo and I'm so busy looking at, you know, the Reaper about to touch the guy's hand. That's the focal point for me.
Yeah.
You know, the trenches are leading down to that point where he's touching.
Yeah.
I just think it's, you know, what is the X? You got the bodies going up like this. You got the trenches coming down like this. You got the X composition going
and
on
look,
there.
right in the middle of that X is that highlight point of the Reaper's finger, which is the lightest point of the entire painting.
Absolutely.
So,
yep.
You're right to it. It wants you to look there.
Yep. Absolutely. It's a cool piece. Good band. Anybody else?
I think that's the last one, isn't it?
So I
Nope.
think
Oh,
one-
no,
I think
it's not.
we all have one round left. I think.
Oh man, it's a marathon.
Yeah,
What am I missing here?
I'll try to be brief. This is probably one of my all-time favorite album covers. It's by Timo Katola. Sadly, he passed away a few years from leukemia.
Damn.
He was a Finnish artist.
Life is rough on artists. You guys better start doing your jogging and eating your vitamins.
Yeah. So what's cool about this, really what I like, again, kind of going back to that black fill on a lot of the illustrative elements of this, it almost looks like total noise when you look at it at a glance, but there's actually quite a lot happening here. And when you see it on LP, it makes sense. And with the whole packaging, it makes sense. But if you hit the next slide for me, I can't remember what I did. I think okay. So just trying to tease out like what we're actually looking at, and then if you go to the next one, it's sort of like an inverse triangle composition where the information's coming from the top in the negative space and feeding down to the bottom. If you hit the next slide for me, you see the vantage point of this person. This is where the story is really happening in the foreground here. What's on this mantle surrounding the character? There's actually 7 chalices surrounding it, which is the name of the album. So I thought it was kind of like a really cool, subtle touch. And it's really hard to see it, like unless you look closely. But I just wanted to kind of show what's taking place here, going back to some of that Lewandowski stuff with a sense of scale. You're seeing a sense of scale here. Next slide. There's also a pseudo kind of framing of the artwork in here with this sort of cavernous arches kind of coming up and down at the walls in this piece. And there's also some more Leviathan-like creatures kind of emanating from the cavernous walls. It's just a very ominous, oppressive album artwork. And then musically, it's pretty violent, harsh Spanish death metal. If I remember correctly, I think they're from Spain, Tish and Blood, kind of like Proclamation, sort of that family of like borderline war metal, if you will.
Good shit.
But I bought this mainly. I'm not. The music's okay, but mainly the art. I own it up for the art. The packaging on this is phenomenal. Timo did all hand lettered typography types. Like he basically hand lettered all the lyrics, illustrated all the pages. It's just something to behold. It's a really just a brilliant piece of coming together of art and layout. But the cover always struck me as powerful. But I don't want to get any more than that. That's enough because I know we're running late here. So yeah, that's probably one of my favorite album covers ever.
Right on. Here we go. Next one.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one I was including just as a total fail of an album cover, mainly because of the album title. It's called Man or Machine, and it features neither. That's
But you know what? I have the 2 albums after this, and they're a good band.
Oh, I like the music. I'm just saying in terms of the art, besides it being a funky title, it doesn't match the title of the album whatsoever. But no, that was included as just a throwaway joke. This is my actual last one. It's the Psychotic Waltz reunion album, The God-Shaped Void. Art on this one's by Travis Smith. Travis, of course, made a big name for himself. There around the turn of the century, was in very high demand for a lot of album covers and stuff. And there was stuff of his I liked. There was also stuff of his I did not like. I've really liked some of his more recent ones, though, and this being a great example of it. This one just has, interesting, combination of, colors, in the different corners, with going from blue to green to purple, the darker in the center, and then, of course, the very bright planet or star there in the center with the yellow and orange. Also, the terrains that you've got, one in the foreground and then one over off towards the right-hand side. And there's a lot of details on those terrains when you look at them closely. So yeah, I think it just, the colors kind of blend together very well. So it's one of these that gives this kind of, cosmic feel, good use of color, kind of like the Scanner cover that you included earlier, Marty. But yeah, just it all fits together really nicely. Color wise, the art, definitely kind of goes with the title of the album. And the fact that, again, it's a little bit surrealistic also fits the musical style of Psychotic Waltz pretty well. So we can keep these short, but that was the one I liked. And Travis has been a big name in heavy metal art for a long time. And it's cool to see, he's still doing some really, really nice pieces.
It kind of bugs me where they put the logo here too. I see why they did with the flame coming out of the top of the thing there, but
yeah, their logo is a little annoyingly large. I mean, sure you can shrink it, but it's a funny shape. It always looks a little odd on their album covers. It always feels like it's a little in the way.
I don't mind where they put the name of the album, but I would have put the waltz up in the corner a little bit more. Bit more.
It's a square format logo, so it doesn't work well either on like merchandise. It takes up too much real estate on a shirt. Yeah. So when bands have these kinds of logos, but I could see an album cover like this working really, really well with some cool vinyl color options.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a lot of diversity in the color palette here.
It's a cool piece. I do like the piece.
I like it too. It's nicely done. It's very ethereal.
All right. Next one.
Move on to Lee's last
Whoa.
call. Well, Lee's got a really good one here for his last one.
Yeah, this is a good one.
I
Sigh.
forgot this one. Yeah. So final Elrond Cantor one, and back in kind of what we're talking about with the really tightly rendered pieces.
God, I didn't know this was a Cantor either. He's got such a wide range of styles. It's cool.
Yeah. This one's like, you think it's just a Renaissance painting, but then you look at like the details. I love how he painted in the Psy logo very subtly in the top right corner on like almost like the innkeeper, little sign. There's dead babies in the stroller carriage, and then she's pregnant and she's like old. There's like always just, it's like first glance, it's like, okay, it's a painting that looks very familiar, but then you dig deeper and it's quite disturbing. And it fits the sound of the album too. It's probably it's probably my second favorite Psy album. And just immaculately well done.
Amazing.
Color harmony everywhere. I mean,
color.
Yeah. Masterful.
It's
Tons
funny.
of little details, kind of like the Ian Miller ones we've looked at too. That when you zoom in, there's lots and lots of little details hidden in there.
It almost feels photorealistic in some parts, It's funny because it made me think. I actually had their demo tape, and if you saw the cover art on the demo, and you compare it to this, you would never think that band from 20-some years ago would acquire an album cover of this caliber, when you think of the roots of that band. But this painting is just absolutely stunning. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's next level.
It is.
It is. The old lady's pregnant. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Which is even more twisted.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that like Oliver? I don't know. Yeah, it's cool. Super cool piece.
Beautiful.
All right, next up. Oh yeah. Again, I'm a sucker for scenic, grandiose, perspective, landscape pieces. And for me, again, I'm a big fan of the purples, the reds, the blacks, the grays, the dark. It's not pink, it's salmon. I don't know. I just like how the eye looks into the storm coming, and the devastation in the landscape in front. Everything's dead and brutalized by the waves. I don't know if it's the perspective that works for me on this or the colors that are used, but I don't know. Altogether, it's a kind of a 1-2 punch for me. What do you guys think?
It's not one of my. It's good, but it's not one of my favorite Juanjo pieces. I tend to gravitate more toward when I think of the Revel and Flash album covers and stuff.
Those are killer.
But the color palette is just stunning on this.
I think it might be that's what works for me on this. The colors.
And it's cool. They did something a little bit different and hand illustrated the typography of the album title, which is kind of fun.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it fits in well. Awesome piece.
All right.
Yep.
Oh, hey, look at there.
Just to remind folks where we started tonight. But we've got this amazing design from Lee that Marty has gotten screened up to put on some new shirts, and the link is in the description down below to check that out, as well as another new design that Marty's got. So if you came in late and didn't get to see them, one last chance to check them out there. Lee, it looks absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much, Lee, for your hard work on this, and thank you also everybody. There's a bunch of Riddick design shirts still available. Mark did an amazing job. This is the other design, Collector Scum. I anticipate doing many of these. I just thought it was funny. I say Collector Scum all the time, and the Napalm Death font, and
it's funny.
It's just a fun, stupid shirt. Whether you wear it or not, it's up to you. But yeah,
Lee and Mark, thank you guys so much for coming to us with this topic, and allowing us to hang out. It's always so awesome having you all break these things down. People learn so much, and people really, really enjoy it. If you haven't been able to keep an eye on the comments, folks are really enamored with the way that you all describe these concepts to everybody.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Glad to do it.
What's going on with Heavy Art Talk? What's coming up? Anything to promote moving forward? And everybody, the link is in the description. There's a link to Riddick Art also in the description. If you need to get a hold of Mark or Lee, for any sort of artwork, work, hit them up. What's going on with Heavy Art Talk moving forward?
At least for Q1, and I should keep it up. Weekly videos, usually every Thursday, and then the next one that would be a live stream. That's going to be Mark, Lucas, and I on January 27th. Is what we're going to be doing. About a week ahead of it, I'm going to post something on Instagram. I'm going to be like, all right, Mark, Lucas, me, we're all going to be doing a quick drawing session. What do you want us to draw? We basically get the comments. I write them all out, put them in a hat. We have 10 minutes to draw 5 drawings, and we just whatever we draw out of the hat, we're drawing. So that's going to be the session on the 27th.
Very cool.
Well, then I guess the point of the show was achieved. Great, Psychic. Glad you liked it. And guys, again, thank you so much. If there's anything else that we need to mention?
Monday I have on a Riddick Art web store. I have some exclusive collaborative pieces, shirts coming out that you can only find at the Riddick Art web store, hosted by Pirate Press. Collaboration with we got a shirt with Majesty's, Holder, and Questmaster. So those 3 drop on Monday. Exclusive pre-orders.
Awesome.
Very cool. Yeah, there's a link to the Riddick Art website in the show notes down below. So everybody make a note and go check that out for sure.
Yes. Thanks for having us.
Oh,
awesome.
Thank you for appearing. It's been a blast, but yep, it is about time to wrap it up. Marty's posted the Wednesday Album Club in the chat, so folks can check that out. Marty, what album is it again for folks who missed your post?
Atrocities Longing for Death. It was named Todesangsucht.
Yes, the second full length by Germany's Atrocity. And then Marty and I will be back next Friday for another fun topic with some other awesome guests. We'll be working that out. We've had guests lined up for quite a while through the holidays, and now that we're past the new year, the calendars open up a bit, but we'll start filling it back up pretty quick, I believe.
We'll get it figured out for sure. And guys, hang out for a second. And everybody, thank you so much. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us and geeking out with us over some pretty killer artwork. Cheers. We'll see you next week. Yeah, have a good one. See ya.
See you guys.
Thank you, guys.